Welcome, everyone, to the Wizard of Radical Self-Respect. My name's Jared Mello, and I'm the Shepherd of Black Sheep. I see we've got a good group of people in the live chat here already. Robert, welcome. Brenda, welcome. I think I saw Kat up here, too. Did I? Yes, I did. And I think I see Kat had a couple new songs on her channel to go check out as well. Today, we're going to go over what is the motive. What was the motive for why Nancy Guthrie was taken? Now, Brian Etten did a show yesterday where he talked to a former FBI profiler, and they go over some of it. And we'll go over that later. But Brian Etten also did another video today. So those are two things to check out that we're going to go over. We'll check out maybe some Ashley Banfield as well. And then we'll see where it takes us, because sometimes I don't always have a charted destination. It can just be wherever. And what would the day be without Livin telling me I'm late? Remnant, also known as Mac, aka Mac. D, how are you? Hello there, Jolly. Welcome. I'm actually appreciative that it's a little more mild today. And yesterday, I was with my little brother and his wife and his 3 little girls. I had a good time for my birthday. Ruby, welcome. Court TV just did a whole story on Nancy. That makes sense. Definitely makes sense. Let's see here. We'll pop up into Brian.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. Really appreciate it. Appreciate all the support. Please click to subscribe. It really helps out the channel. It is now day 32 in the search for Nancy Guthrie.
So we're at day 32 here. And so this is Brian Etten. For those who don't know, definitely check out his channel. Subscribe to him. He's a very hard worker. But most importantly, I think he's one of the most genuine people in the space. And I find him very trustworthy. So I, the Wizard of Radical Self-Respect, the Shepherd of Black Sheep, I highly endorse him. And also, while you're here, make sure you like my video as well.
Which I can't believe it's now been 32 days. Today is Wednesday. A couple of really significant developments today. We have heard more from Pima County Sheriff, Sheriff Nanos. Specifically, you guys remember the glove that was found about 2.5 miles from Nancy's house where I am right now. The glove that we were told, in looks at least, matched the glove in the pictures that the suspect was wearing. Well, that glove did not connect back to the case. The DNA testing is back, and the glove is not a connection to the Nancy Guthrie case, we are told. I'll explain everything we learned about it and who the glove did connect back to, but obviously kind of more bad news on the DNA front. Also, you guys remember the United Cajun Navy I interviewed?
So if you missed that, what Brian just said is there was no matches on that glove found a couple miles away from the house. That is not surprising to me. To me, that glove was a complete long shot in finding a match of DNA. I have more hopes for what was found in the house, but so far there's been no cigar with what's found in the house either. And now he's about to mention the Cajun Army. The Cajun Army are the people that were going to go look for Nancy, and they're a volunteer group. But Sheriff Nanos told them no. So let's see what Brian Etten has to say about that.
One of their members last week, I think it was, they have wanted to search here, and they have a huge amount of resources that they can call in. I mean, like dozens of canines, drones with like flare and sonar. I mean, really advanced equipment and volunteers that will come in from all over, former law enforcement. They really know how to search, from what I'm told. And I actually got my hands on their operational plan, the plan that they submitted to the sheriff's office.
So this video is Brian Etten's most recent video, uploaded about an hour ago. His video from yesterday is where he talks to the former FBI the profiler. And we're going to go over that video too. But this is what the Cajun Army sent to Sheriff Nanos, a tactical operational packet, search for Nancy Guthrie. And I can imagine Sheriff Nanos getting this, and he's like, oh, so I see we have some people who want to help us find Nancy. And we're doing what seems to be nothing. We're getting nowhere fast. And so I'm going to tell them no. No, we don't need your help, even though we're no closer to finding her. but we don't need your help.
Which is very detailed. I mean, it's like more than 40 pages. I'm going to go through it with you in this episode, and then also sort of ask the question of why the sheriff is not allowing them to search, and they don't want to do it until they have sort of the blessing of the sheriff, and they kind of want the sheriff to not be in charge of it, but they want to work with the sheriff. They want to search areas that the sheriff recommends. They don't want to step on any toes, but so far the sheriff has not given them the blessing. So I'm going to go through the operational plan, and then I'm also going to talk with a sergeant from the Pima County Sheriff's Office. So I've talked.
So again, why on earth would Sheriff Nanos at this stage, day 32, where it seems like they're no closer to anything, why not let them try, for crying out loud? What are you afraid of at this point? Do you think they're going to steal some of the clout if they actually find her? I mean, chat, let me know what you think the reason would be. Do you think there's a reason why Sheriff Nanos would just say no? I mean, at this rate, what I would say it as, I'd weigh the pros and cons. It's like, is there any possible way they could destroy something or hurt the case? I think the odds of that at this stage are low. So the pros would be actually they find something and they could help. So when you weigh the pros and cons, I would say, why not? Why not let them look? But what do you think, chat? Should Sheriff Nanos let the Cajun Army go search for her? Press 1 if yes. 2, no. You think Sheriff Nanos is doing the right thing. So 1, yes, let them look. 2, no.
Before, he's the president of the union there, so he can speak freely, unlike a lot of other people who work there, obviously, about his thoughts on the case right now, how the staffing on the case has changed. He's going to explain that to me, and then his reaction also to what he thinks about whether or not the United Cajun Navy should be allowed to search for Nancy Guthrie. So I'm going to get into all of that in this episode of Brian Enton Investigates. Hey guys, so I'm here outside Nancy Guthrie's house.
So it seems pretty unanimous. Most people want them to be able to look. And of course, Cass was not listening. Distracted cat. But the question was, should Sheriff Nanos let the Cajun Army search and use their resources to try to find Nancy? 1, yes. 2, no.
And I wanted to go over the latest updates with you today. First of all, I mentioned the glove. Remember, there was all this attention on that glove that was found 2.5 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house. And what was interesting is they said initially, investigators did, that it matched the glove that was worn in the surveillance photos from the person who was at the front door of Nancy's house. So I was always a little skeptical of it just because there's been so many gloves all over the place. But now we have officially gotten word from the sheriff that the glove, the DNA testing on the glove came back, and the glove is not connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. In fact, the DNA on the glove connected back to a restaurant worker, to a local restaurant worker that they have cleared and say has absolutely nothing to do with the case.
This doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, it was a complete long shot to me that it even had to do anything with the case. They're going just by visual. That's not really enough of a lead to me. So the fact that there's no relation, I'm not surprised at all.
Which again does not surprise me because there have been so many of these black gloves all over the place that we have seen. People just drop them all over. They're used for all sorts of different things. As I've told you guys, chefs use them. People working on houses use them. Hairdressers use them. They're really, really common. So when I heard about this one found 2.5 miles away, I was skeptical that it was actually going to be connected to the case. Also, just because if you think about it, would the suspect really take the gloves off and just toss them off on the side of the road? And this specific glove was found right on the side of the road, on a very busy road. So would the suspect have really done that? Again, I was skeptical from the beginning, and now it's confirmed that that glove, the DNA testing has come back, and it was not connected to the case, and it's this restaurant worker. The sheriff says they're still waiting on other DNA results. Remember, there's been some frustration because the DNA is not great that they collected. It's mixed is the term that they use, so it is harder to test. In fact, it's even been hard to put into the CODIS database because they've got all sorts of technical terminology, but it's mixed.
So again, in terms of the glove, it would be a pretty dumb criminal And considering the criminals gotten away with it this far, I would be surprised if they were to make such a dumb mistake as that. So I didn't think the glove was going to be anything. I have a little more hope for the DNA in the house. There could still be the genetic genealogy testing. But as he just said, the DNA is mixed, and mixed is much more difficult. It's not even good enough to enter in the CODIS. That doesn't mean that it's impossible. There's still other things they can try. But again, I'm skeptical. At this rate, I'm skeptical because, especially if it's touch DNA, that could be anyone. It could be anyone that's had any sort of contact with Nancy, maybe throughout the week, depending on what it is, right? So, and again, Nancy was with Annie and Tommaso. So you could imagine maybe they hugged her goodbye when they dropped her off, one of them or both of them. Maybe their DNA's there. And could you imagine if their DNA pops up, they'll be like, oh, God, they're the suspects. But again, you don't know what stage they got it from. So it's going to be hard to say. So I would caution people, don't jump to conclusions.
So it's taking longer than they would have hoped to get all the DNA testing back. Hopefully they'll be able to put it into a genetic genealogy database, because that could really be key here. I've talked about it before, similar to what we saw in the Brian Koberger case, where they put it into these databases and they can find relatives of people, even distant relatives, second, third cousins, aunts, uncles, and then try to zero in on a suspect that way. So that all remains ongoing. At the Florida lab where the sheriff sent the DNA, remember, the sheriff decided to send the DNA to the lab that they're used to working with in Florida. FBI at one point wanted some of it to go to Quantico, but it is at the Florida lab, and we're going to have to wait and see if they can work it out and hopefully get the DNA from inside the house, make it usable enough to be able to test it up against some of these genetic genealogy databases. I'm going to talk to Sergeant Aaron Cross in a second. Again, he's with the Pima County Deputies Organization, and he's going to go into...
Cross, this is the guy that was, I think, criticizing Sheriff Nanos, not Under Sheriff Rick Castigar, former Under Sheriff Rick Castigar. This is the second guy. This is the guy that told us about everyone didn't have confidence in Sheriff Nanos' vote, the anonymous confidence vote. That guy. This is the guy that got punished and went from midnight shift. He was on midnights because he wanted to see his family, and Sheriff Nanos punished him and sent him to day shift. Why? Because Sheriff Nanos was very upset with him. Because I think he's the leader of the union as well. So Sheriff Nanos had a couple of things to say about him, or showed him with his actions how unhappy he was. But while you're here, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. And come in and say hello to the flock of black sheep here. There's a great group of people here in the live chat.
More detail about this next topic, but I wanted to just give you guys a little bit of the headline here. So remember, we heard from the sheriff's office that they were refocusing resources, which was kind of hard to understand what that meant. So what Sergeant Cross tells me is that it is going to be 4 detectives and a sergeant who are now going to be moved to the FBI office in Tucson to be part of a task force. So 4 detectives and a sergeant, so 5 people from the Pima County Sheriff's Office will be part of an FBI task force actually working out of the FBI building in Tucson, I'm told. Before, it was pretty much almost every single detective, I'm told, in the Pima County Sheriff's Office that was working the Nancy Guthrie case. That obviously was not sustainable because there are other crimes in Pima County that have sort of just been put on the back burner. And so they couldn't have all the resources of the sheriff's office forever going towards this case. So now it's going to be that group who's going to be devoted solely to the Nancy Guthrie case, and they will be working out of the FBI office, which it seems like they're collaborating well together now. Remember earlier on, there were questions about whether they were sharing information. The FBI, through sources we have, complained about, collaboration with the local detectives. But that seems to be working out now. And especially now that they're going to be out of the Tucson FBI office, it seems like they're going to be collaborating well together. And some people have sort of been like, oh my gosh, like this is terrible, less resources. But I'm not sure I would really look at it that way. I think it's going to be a more focused approach now, that they have this task force and that there are 4 detectives and a sergeant just working on Nancy Guthrie, plus everyone from the FBI. And remember, there's a ton more FBI agents also working behind the scenes. There are still many on the ground here in Tucson, and then there's a whole group of them that went back to Phoenix, working out of their Phoenix command center. And remember, the FBI has said that they're going through thousands of hours of video, which I always suspected was probably traffic cams.
So did you hear what he said, though, before? He said the FBI and local law enforcement, they're actually collaborating well now. So take that for what it's worth. And he's also mentioning they're going over thousands of hours of video. We're going to see what that's from. I would speculate it might be from Ring and Nest cams from the neighbors and maybe some traffic cams. But let's see what Brian Netton has to say about that.
And then the sheriff said that they're looking at hundreds of thousands of cars, which I told you guys yesterday. So it does make sense that that's the video that they are looking at. And before I get to my interview with Sergeant Cross, I want to talk a little bit about the United Cajun Navy. You remember they are here. They at least have one representative here who's trying to work with the sheriff to get the sheriff to approve their plan to help them search for Nancy Guthrie. And so far, I am told that the sheriff has not signed off on that. And the United Cajun Navy doesn't want to start their search until they have the sheriff's blessing. So I got a copy of the operational plan that the United Cajun Navy submitted to the sheriff's office. And it's 41 pages and it's really detailed, a lot that I didn't expect. I want to kind of go through some of it with you. You can see it says tactical operational packet, search for Nancy Guthrie.
So 41 pages, I think he said. This is their packet to Sheriff Nanos to request to help them with the case. And so far, Sheriff Nanos is like, nah, we don't need it. Like, what? Like, come on, man. Like, just let them do it.
And all the different organizations that they work with, presented to Pima County Sheriff's Office. And then it says, purpose, provide structured search support under PCSO authority, operate under PCSO command and control, evidence preservation priority, no independent operational authority. So they seem to really be trying to make the point that they do not want to just do their own thing. They really want the sheriff to sign off and give them some focus. Mission objectives, systematic ground search operations, thermal UAV reconnaissance, HRD canine, land and water, track, trail, scent specific canine. And then it says very clearly, again, authority having jurisdiction, PCSO. So they want the sheriff's office to remain in charge, obviously. Supporting agency, United Cajun Navy, and then operational resources, thermal drone operations, HRD land and water canine teams, track, trail, scent specific canines, ground search volunteers. So they can really mobilize a lot of people. Search strategy, phase 1, intelligence review, POA mapping, phase 2, drone sweep and canine deployment, phase 3, grid search and reassessment. They've got heat mitigation, all different in terms of safety and risk management. They have a whole plan, desert terrain awareness. It goes on and on. What I thought was interesting, though, was media protocol. So I think they're trying to make the point they're not just doing this for attention. No independent press releases, all media approved by PCSO, family sensitivity priority.
I mean, it sounds like these guys are doing their due diligence. They're dotting their I's, crossing their T's. They're going to make sure they don't step on any toes, no independent press releases. So imagine if Sheriff Nanos is worried about losing some of the clout, he wouldn't have to worry about these guys doing their own press releases, right? You can imagine that would be a fiasco too. Imagine if these guys did their own press releases. People would be all over that like white on rice. So it sounds like to me they're doing their best and have the proper motives here. That's what it sounds like.
And then they go on to talk about all of the canines that they would have access to, which I thought was really interesting. There's like 25 canines that they could bring in, including like cadaver dogs, to search a specific area, which we haven't really seen a search like that happen. So it seems like it could be quite valuable if the sheriff ended up giving them the approval, which
So we were listening to someone the other day. I can't remember who at this point. I think it was Ashley Banfield, but they were talking about dog searches, right? And then basically they said after 48 hours, a dog search, a canine search isn't going to yield too many results.
he hasn't, which is kind of interesting. they've got all sorts of detail in here. Drone operators, canine handlers, a lot of retired law enforcement that would come in, aerial reconnaissance, thermal sweeps that they can do, heat anomaly identification, structure overflight, wash and drainage scanning, ground grid searches. They have a ton of drones that they have access to, apparently. I was just looking through this. And they even have like insurance documentation that they included in here. It's really, really detailed. And they've had success. I mean, they've worked on other cases, they were telling me the other day. But again, what really stood out to me was just all of the canines that they list here that they have access to, which it seems, I mean, they list them all: Canine Regal, Canine Enzi, Canine Boogie, Canine River, Canine Mercy Me, that they could bring in from the whole region. So I guess the question remains why the sheriff has not taken them up on this opportunity. The sheriff.
So, Kathy, I think it was this forensic psychologist that Ashley Banfield had on. They were talking about canine searches, etc. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but this was not yesterday, but the day before. I'm pretty sure she was the one saying that a canine search can be fruitful, especially in the first 48 hours. But outside of that, probably not as much.
We asked today, have you considered, working with the United Cajun Navy? And again, and you'll hear Sergeant Cross talk about this in a second, but they wouldn't even need to ask them to search this area around the house if they're worried about that. They could have them search out in the desert. Why not? And the sheriff's office sent us a statement. Let me find it here, that says private search parties. And again, this is from the Pima County Sheriff's Office. Volunteer search groups have inquired about being in the area. Per the sheriff, they were asked to please give investigators the space they need to do their work. We appreciate their concern and we all want to find Nancy, but this work is best left to professionals. PCSD has volunteer opportunities if they wish to get involved with the department. Private property laws apply. It is up to each individual property owner to grant permission for anyone to be on their property. So they're not necessarily saying no, but it seems like with something as elaborate as what the United Cajun Navy wants to do, they want specific permission from the sheriff, and the sheriff has not given it. So I want you to hear my interview with Sergeant Aaron Cross. Again, he's with the Pima County Deputies Organization. He is a current.
So again, it seems like Sheriff Nanos does not want to let them. He's not giving them permission. Now, technically, I don't know if they officially need the permission. Maybe they're just trying to do this to not step on any toes and just, not make Sheriff Nanos upset. Thank you very much for this super sticker, Tussin Tack. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, but I appreciate your support. Thank you very much. Please like the video. Likes are free. Likes are for my spirit animal, Shadow the Night Owl. Come say hello to the flock of black sheep and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I go live every night at a little after 10 p.m. Eastern to talk about true crime and current events, and I use my unique experiences to go over it.
Working sergeant at the sheriff's office, but he's also the union president, so he can do media interviews and sort of speak out freely without fear of getting in trouble or anything like that. So this is what Sergeant Cross told me. I just wanted to start by asking you about the resources. We know that there's been like a shuffling of resources, but they've been kind of vague in their description. Do you know how many detectives are still working on the Nancy Guthrie case?
Yeah, from what I was told from other detectives, it's a four-man group with a sergeant, so I think 5 total, if I remember correctly, that have been moved over to the FBI here in Tucson, and they'll be working out of the FBI office as kind of a task force with those agents to try and continue to work the case and work through, I assume, all the tips and whatever evidence is left. And then the remainder of the detectives that were kind of working the case ancillary, they've been tasked with just finishing up what they're doing and then going back to their regular duties.
Is that a good thing?
It's hard to say. Everybody wishes that we had some hot leads that we're, the whole department's working, trying to run down to solve this quickly. So the fact that we're reducing the amount of manpower working it, it's hard to say what kind of sign that signals.
So again, they're reducing the amount of manpower, and here the Cajun Navy is pretty much saying, "Oh well, we got all this manpower and resources here. Yeah, it's not an official law enforcement search, and yeah, we're not part of the FBI, but we're willing to help. So yeah, why not? Why not, Sheriff Nanos? Let them do it."
The task force a good sign? I mean, because I know there was we reported on issues between the sheriff and
Sure.
the FBI early on, but now that they're working on one task force, is that positive?
I hope so. I hope it's a more collaborative effort with the federal agency, helping us out.
Oh, we got a super sticker from Mongoose. Oh, where'd it go? Mongoose, thank you so much for this. Good evening, Jared and Spirit Owl. Nice to be here. Yes, my other shadow, the spirit animal, owl, and fox. I like foxes too. And of course, black sheep. So, thank you very much for the support, Mongoose.
I think that's better if they're under the same roof, working together side by side. That's certainly better than one side working out of our area and then the FBI working out of their offices. So I hope that helps in some of the communication and collaboration.
Are the detectives still working on it experienced, do you know?
I don't know exactly who is sent over there. I hope so. We have experienced detectives that have a lot of homicide experience. They just weren't assigned to the homicide unit. So obviously everybody's preference would be to grab those guys and send them over to utilize their expertise, because expertise and experience is hands down the most important thing that a law enforcement officer has. And particularly in tough cases like this, that expertise is just priceless.
And it came out today that, I don't know if you saw the glove 2.5 that was found 2.5 miles away is actually, the DNA came back to like a restaurant worker who has nothing to do with the case. Yeah. I guess I wasn't really that surprised by that. These gloves, to me, there's been so many.
Yeah. It's given the proximity to the home, it was always kind of a long shot. I think last time we spoke, I said we were hoping that we would get lucky, but I think everybody thought that it was quite a long shot that would be related to the case. So it's a dead end, but not certainly a dead end for the case. The investigators will keep grinding away.
How are the deputies feeling overall? Because obviously you're the president, you have a good gauge on that.
Sure. Yeah, it's...
Good question by Brian. But also got a super sticker here from Mongoose. Thank you for this, Mongoose. Hello to the black sheep, foxes, and Shadow. Yes, Shadow is the name of the owl, my spirit animal. So she's catching on. Or I guess, Mongoose sister, I'm imagining, is a woman. I got to be careful sometimes, because sometimes the names you can't tell. But thank you very much, Mongoose. I appreciate you.
It's tough to say. The deputies, as I mentioned previously in our first interview, they weren't impacted as much. Some of them were assigned to the home on that security post. The detectives, I'm sure they have a big backlog of cases that they now have to tackle. They had a couple weeks where the Guthrie case was occupying pretty much all their time, working 18-hour days. So now they're kind of back to business as usual, but I'm sure they're on standby in the event that there's a big break in the case that they need to go back to the Guthrie case to work it. So
the sheriff has been kind of quiet overall after doing kind of a media blitz. What do you make of that? You think that's a good thing, or?
It's hard to say. I think some of that has to do with how his first two press conferences were received. He took a lot of heat, a lot of criticism for that. And I think he just feels a little bit more comfortable with the more intimate one-on-one conversations with select media.
How has he been? I guess you haven't talked to him directly, but.
No, he and I have a very icy relationship.
Yeah, I know.
For sure. So it's hard to say. I couldn't answer for it.
Did you get any heat for talking to us last time, or?
No, not yet. I imagine if that's going to happen, it'll happen probably after the media leaves and they can refocus from the Guthrie case to all of this.
I guess they're distracted now by everything.
Yeah. It's taken up a lot of the bandwidth.
Let me show you. I wanted to show you this this operational plan that we got. Let me find it real quick. It's interesting because it's really in depth. And this is from the United Cajun Navy. And so they've been trying to get the sheriff's permission, which I think they could try to do it on their own, but they want to do it the right way.
Sure.
To search, and haven't really got a response from what we're told. But I just wanted to see what you thought of this. I mean, they have 25 canines, thermal UAVs, track trail specific canines. And they're very clear that it would all be in collaboration with the sheriff, that the sheriff would be, in charge, that they wouldn't talk to the media without, no independent press releases, all media approved by PCSO, family sensitivity priority. I mean, they've done this other places before.
So Brian's asking and showing Sergeant Cross here, what do you think about the Cajun Army here? Would you let them do it? And let's see what Sergeant Cross has to say.
And it's, like I said, it's really detailed. To go all their insurance and it's in depth. It goes for 41 pages.
Yeah.
Are you surprised the sheriff isn't taking them up on this?
I am a little bit. There's certainly a lot of desert area that they could be useful, I think. It's just my opinion. It's ultimately his call, his decision. But we have a lot of desert area west of town that a lot of bad things happen out there. A lot of evidence gets disposed of. I think that could be helpful. We had a missing person's case. We had a young girl taken out of her home some years ago, and I think she was ultimately, if I remember correctly, found out off west end of Aber Valley, just a few hundred yards from the road. Her body, unfortunately, and so I feel like if the sheriff is uncomfortable with them, working the area close into the home, there's certainly other areas that perhaps they could be beneficial, and more bodies and more help is always better than less.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it would hurt.
No, I don't think so.
So Sergeant Cross agrees with us. He says, yeah, why not let them? Why not let the Cajun Army come help? And Brian Etten says, yeah, it seems like more would help at this point.
So, and perhaps they could solve another crime. If the assets are here and they're willing to volunteer their time, I say, why not use it?
Why do you think that they haven't gotten a response?
I think we addressed some of that in our previous conversation about priorities with Sheriff Nanos. He likes to control things, and I imagine that's some of that.
Yeah. Have you ever seen, has he pushed people away like that before, that have wanted to help with things from the outside? Or
I know that he has, as former Chief Deputy Castigar mentioned, that he has a pretty icy relationship with the FBI. And so he, from what I understand, has turned down some of their help in the past for other cases. So this could be related to that.
What do you think sort of big, I mean, I know you're not working on the case specifically, but I mean, are you concerned it's getting cold? Someone described it as chilled to me. I mean, what's your sort of sense?
Sure. I think everybody kind of has that worry. Every case has a trajectory, and sometimes it's ups and downs. A lot of cases are ups and downs. This one seems like it's kind of on the downward trajectory. We're not working any hot leads. You don't see SWAT executing any more search warrants or anything. So I think right now we're kind of in the grind portion of the case, where the investigators, that task force that I discussed, they're probably just going through tips, any evidence, combing over what they have, seeing if there's anything that's missed so far, and just working.
So someone asked me earlier, do I think they're going to solve this case? And I'm not going to say it's impossible they solve it, but at this very moment, it seems like less than a 50% chance that they will. I would say maybe 10 to 20. And do I think Nancy's alive? At day 32, I would say probably shocked at this point if she was alive, unfortunately enough, right? I mean, where would she even be alive? Mexico? I mean, it would be a pretty big miracle at this point if she was still alive. I don't think that's being hyperbolic to say.
What leads they have left. And you never know. We're just, any day we could get a call, someone deciding that they heard something and it's relevant to the case, that they want to call it in, a scorned girlfriend, something like that. Oftentimes those break tough cases. So we're hoping and praying we get something like that.
Were you hopeful that the $1 million reward would make a difference? Because that's a lot of money.
Yeah, I think strategically it was a mistake not to do that right away, as the Guthrie family was offering to do. I think it would have been more beneficial to take them up on that offer, because, as I mentioned before, a girlfriend is very unlikely to turn on her boyfriend for a $5,000 or $50,000, but for $1 million, that's quite an incentive. to turn on somebody. And the thing about Tucson,
inappropriate poll question. It's like, if your husband or wife did something like this, how much money would it take for you to turn on them? Would you do it for free? 5,000, a million, 500,000? I don't know.
and for people who don't live here, there's a little over 1 million residents, but Tucson's kind of a small town where there's 1 degree separation from almost everybody. I have a friend who said many years ago that in Tucson, if I don't know you, I know someone who knows you. And that has proven pretty accurate over the years. And so I, and along with everybody else, are pretty optimistic that eventually someone's going to hear something and decide to cash in on that reward.
Yeah, and there's been no evidence of this, but the sense that I've gotten just talking to people is there's this feeling that the suspect could be around here.
Yes.
Like that it's not someone from far away.
Yeah, we all believe that. We hope as well, but in our gut, we believe it's probably someone local. And certain things like when we got that videotape from the FBI of him approaching the door, things like build and gait are pretty important. They're kind of a characteristic about people. I distinctly remember a case of an armed robbery I worked where the suspect was dressed very similar to the perpetrator in this case, sans the backpack. And as soon as I saw the video, I knew exactly who it was. And we ended up doing a search warrant, arresting him. He had the same clothes, he had the money still. So things like build and gait are important. So I would encourage people, anybody interested in this case that lives locally, watch that video of him approaching the door because that could be helpful. You could recognize, I kind of know someone who walks like that with that kind of build, and just call it in, give us a tip, and we'll run it down.
Do you think he could have acted alone? Because I initially thought maybe there would be other people involved,
Sure.
but I would, with the $1 million, maybe that's why no one's calling. Maybe he really was just on his own.
Yeah. When you speak to enough bad guys over your career, you kind of get a sense of how they think. And the good thing about working alone when you're doing a crime, particularly something of this severity, is that the less people involved, the better for them sometimes, because there's less people to rat you out.
Have you worked a lot of burglaries and robberies over the years?
Yeah, I've worked in both in patrol and when I was in as a detective for a little stint. And
so you made a good point there about the build and the gate. I mean, that's something people saw from the Nest cam, right? I think there's got to be someone who knows who it is just from the Nest cam. Now, that group of people might be small or very small, but somebody knows. Somebody knows, yep, that's who it is.
So I got a decent taste for it. We have a lot of property crime in Pima County.
Because I heard 2 sort of different theories if it was like a burglary gone wrong, which I don't even know if it was. But some folks have thought, well, you would want to, if God forbid Nancy passed away or something, you'd want to get rid of that body because you'd be basically then getting rid of the evidence and you wouldn't want to be found. And then other people have told me, no, you wouldn't want to you would leave it there and just get away.
Yeah.
I mean, knowing locally the area, what's your sense?
Anything's possible, but it would be very unlikely for a panicked suspect, I think, to have accidentally killed someone in the commission of a burglary and then decide that they're going to take the body with them.
Yeah.
It seems very unlikely. If they're going to try and cover their tracks, they would try to destroy the evidence at the scene. It's a high risk taking a body to figure out where you're going to put it. So it's possible, but my personal opinion is very unlikely.
Knowing that area, do you think it's a burglary?
No, I mean, everybody has their theory.
Yeah.
I agree. It's not a burglary. To me, the motive, punishment or revenge, someone somehow close to Savannah decided that doing this was a way to punish Savannah. I think the punishment is aimed at Savannah here. I mean, I don't even know who the punishment could be aimed at if not her. But I think the punishment is aimed at Savannah, and it's either that / revenge. That's what I think.
Every cop, just like every person who's familiar with this case, has a theory. As I mentioned on a different podcast, I'll leave my theory to myself.
Yeah.
I don't want to expose myself to any discipline or anything, so I'll just leave that to the investigators.
Understood. That's fair.
Thanks.
Anything else you think is important? How you have such a pulse on the deputies and just sort of the sheriff's office.
So I want to hear that question that Brian just asked him that he refused to answer because he didn't want discipline. Why would he say that? Because Sheriff Nanos is pretty vindictive, and he still works for Sheriff Nanos technically. So let's hear what that question was.
them.
Yeah.
It seems very unlikely. If they're going to try and cover their tracks, they would try to destroy the evidence at the scene. It's a high risk taking a body to figure out where you're going to put it. So it's possible, but my personal opinion is very unlikely.
Knowing that area, do you think it's a burglary?
No, I mean, everybody has their theory.
Yeah.
Every cop, just like every person who's familiar with this case, has a theory. As I mentioned on a different podcast, I'll leave my theory to myself.
Yeah.
I don't want to expose myself to any discipline or anything, so I'll just leave that to the investigators.
Understood. That's fair.
Thanks.
Anything else?
All right. So he said he didn't want to say what he thinks the motive is because he doesn't want punitive action against himself. Why would he be afraid about that? Because Sheriff Nanos has already proven that he has no problems being vindictive and spiteful.
Do you think is important? How you know, I mean, you have such a pulse on the deputies and just sort of the sheriff's office overall.
Yeah. No, it's everybody's just kind of standing by, just kind of trying to gather themselves after this. It's been a whirlwind 3-4 weeks. So this is really the first kind of breath a lot of guys have taken, particularly in the CID side.
Yeah.
So we're just kind of gathering ourselves and trying to figure out where we are with this case going forward. And we're optimistic about the task force, and we're hoping that they can solve this thing.
And just one last thing, the task force, how do those work? So is it they all meet together every day, or do the Pima detectives still stay at the sheriff's office and the FBI are separate? Like, how do those typically
To
work?
my understanding, they're going to be based out of the Tucson office. I could be wrong, but
The Tucson FBI office? Or?
correct.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but that's my understanding at this point.
So do you think the FBI is taking more control now?
No, we're maintaining primary on this case for whatever reason, but at least now we're working, I believe, at least under the same roof. So you always want to communicate in these.
Let's see here. Super chat from Mindy Mouse. Hi, Jared and chat. Thank you very much for the super chat, Mindy Mouse. We're very happy to have you here. On behalf of the rest of the flock of black sheep, I'll say hello. Make sure you like the video while you're here too, everyone. Likes are free for my spirit animal, Shadow the Night Owl, and Swift the Fox. If you know who Swift the Fox is from, you get an A+ for the day. And make sure you subscribe to the channel too. So LOL in the comments also says he thinks it's for the ransom, or maybe it's she, but they think it's for the ransom. And I don't think so. I think it was for the ransom. They completely blundered this whole thing. And I just don't think that's what it was. I thought it was at first, but considering how it went down, I don't think so now.
Cases with the other investigators, and I'm optimistic that move will break something open.
Do you think it's a mistake that the sheriff's office is still primary?
I think it would be beneficial if the FBI took lead, or if we gathered what expertise we had scattered throughout the department currently with homicide. I mean, we have fantastic detectives. You know.
Did you hear that? Sergeant Cross thinks it would be best if the FBI takes control and takes the lead. How about that? Sheriff Nanos probably won't like hearing that.
One of the homicides I'm thinking of currently has a long time in homicide and can recite a telephonic search warrant off the top of his head. I've never seen anything like it. He's really good. My preference personally would be either the FBI takes the lead, or we examine who has the expertise left in Pima County Sheriff's Department, gather them together, and let them work it.
Yeah. Makes sense.
And no, the FBI has not taken the lead yet. That's a misconception. Some people thought, well, the FBI comes on the case, they automatically take the lead. No, not at all. There's only 2 cases in which the FBI would take the lead. The first is that it crosses state lines or something along those lines. They could do it then, but until that point, Sheriff Nanos has to give them control. He has to give it up to them. The other possibility is the Guthrie family needs to make a written request requesting that the FBI takes the lead. If one of those 2 things doesn't happen, local law enforcement stays in charge because it's their jurisdiction. So again, like many people, I thought, oh yeah, the FBI comes on the scene. That automatically means they take control. No, not at all. It's up to Sheriff Nanos to do that. Or I guess if it went into Mexico, that would be another reason why the FBI would take control.
Yes. Well, thank you so much.
Of course.
Appreciate your time again. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate Sergeant Cross for talking with me. He has interesting insight just because he's been with the department for so long. Obviously, he has an adversarial relationship with the sheriff. But it'll be interesting to sort of see how things...
Adversarial relationship, to say the least. Sweet Caroline, we've missed you here, by the way. Why can't they be honest? And thank you for the super chat. Why can't they be honest and say they simply don't know what happened with Nancy? I think basically that's what they are saying, but just not as directly. I think they're speculating, but ultimately you are correct. They don't know. They know she was taken, and outside of that, I don't think they know very much. I think they don't know by who. They don't know where. There's a lot of questions here. And you're right, though. They should just be a little more honest about it, but we're not seeing them do that. But thank you very much for the super chat, Sweet Caroline. I appreciate you.
Things play out from here. Hopefully, and I've told you guys this before, all it takes is one tip to come in and everything is just blown wide open, and we don't know what they know behind the scenes. And it seems like the sheriff is being more careful about what he says publicly. And he hasn't had a press conference in, I think it's been weeks now, hasn't done a ton of interviews, did an interview with NBC News a couple of days ago. Hopefully.
So Montana asked me, why do I think that Savannah hasn't asked for the FBI to take charge? It might have to do with their hometown people, right? Savannah, this is where she grew up, and this is where Nancy is. And so maybe they have like a kinship to the local law enforcement, and they wouldn't want to kind of go against them like that. Maybe they would feel like it would embarrass them, maybe. I'm not saying that's definitely what it is, but just a possibility.
Behind the scenes, things will start cooking here because, you just think about Savannah Guthrie and her family and what they're going through. And really this whole community. I mean, it's people here are so nice, and everybody I talk to is just like, what's going to happen? Like, why hasn't it been solved? It's now been 32 days. So hopefully if anyone has any information, they will call 1-800-CALL-FBI. That's the tip line. You never know. Any little piece may help crack this, bring it all together. And you could really, really make a difference. And don't forget, there's a $1 million reward. So you could also walk away with $1 million if you have any information. So that's the latest.
So, but it's not that they don't listen to Nancy, or it's not that they don't listen to Savannah. If Savannah were to write that, they would do it. That's one of the two ways that local law enforcement would get up. There has to be a written request from the Guthrie family. If they were to request that, they would.
From here in Tucson, hopefully I'll get some more information. There's a couple things I'm working on that I'm going to look into tomorrow, so I'll keep you guys posted on that. And I'll keep you updated if anything happens here on YouTube or TikTok or whatever. And appreciate you guys for watching, for subscribing, for sort of being with me on this journey while I've been covering this. And I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, so now we're going to go to the video from yesterday from Brian, because there's a good interview he did with an FBI profiler, a former FBI profiler.
Takes time, which is a positive statement. Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. I really, really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. I'm outside the Pima County Sheriff's Office in Tucson. These are all their SWAT trucks out here. It is day 31 in the search for Nancy Guthrie. Some big developments today. First of all, the sheriff has now spoken out again, given an update on the case, says that he does believe they will solve it, but made a comment about how they are looking at hundreds of thousands of cars to determine what vehicle could be involved in the case, which is a huge number that kind of surprised me. I'll get into the latest on what the sheriff has said. Also, there was some action outside Nancy Guthrie's house. We don't know who these people were, but they showed up. They were really focused on the front doorway of the house. They went around the back side of the house at one point. I'll give you the latest on that. Also, some people, just private citizens searching. There was someone with a metal detector. And then in this episode, and this is really interesting, I spoke with a retired FBI profiler who has a really, really interesting take on who may have done this and what the abductor wanted and wants and continues to want, in his opinion, based on everything that he knows about the case. So I'm going to get into all of that in this episode of Brian Ensign Investigates. Hey guys, so it is Tuesday, again, day 31. I'm at the sheriff's office. The search continues for Nancy Guthrie. I can't believe it's been 31 days now. It's like, in some ways it feels like time has flown since I've came to Arizona, and sometimes it seems like time is moving so slowly. And I think everybody who's been following this case hoped that we would be sort of in a different spot by now, but here we are. The sheriff, Chris Nanos, did an interview with NBC News. And again, I'm always kind of interested when he talks to NBC, just because obviously NBC, that's where Savannah Guthrie works. So it's kind of an interesting dynamic there, I think. I've tried to get an interview with him recently and I haven't really gotten anywhere. But in the interview with NBC, he did say a couple of things that I thought were interesting. He said that I think the investigators are definitely getting closer to finding a Nancy Guthrie suspect. He's kind of been saying that all along. Whether that means...
So, yeah. Sweet Caroline, thank you very much for this. It feels bizarre that Savannah and family are not asking for the FBI assistance. I would want the very best investigators looking for my mom. It feels so odd. Yeah, I mean, I can understand why you'd think that. Again, I think maybe the embarrassment part, not wanting to embarrass local law enforcement, might be a small part of it. But again, when it comes to your mother, right, you would think, no, you just want her found, right? You want her found and you want the best people on the case. I would definitely be saying, if I was Savannah, yeah, why not let the Cajun Army come try? Why not? What do you have to lose at this case? And that's the other part of it too. It's like, what is the FBI going to do at this point that local law enforcement couldn't? What can FBI do if they were in charge that they can't do right now? I don't know what the answer to that would be. Maybe be in charge of the press releases, but outside of that, what could they be doing differently? That's really what it comes down to at this point. The time for them to take charge would have been right away, like in the first 72 hours. That would have been the time for the FBI to take charge. And it might not hurt now either, but I just don't know what they're going to do. But thank you for the super chat, Sweet Caroline.
They're getting closer, like closer, or, you know, sort of more hypothetical closer. I don't know, but I've told you guys this before. I don't think it's a cold case. I think it's going to be solved. Do I think it's going to be solved in the next couple of days? Not necessarily, but all it really takes is one tip. I mean, I saw that with Koberger.
So that reminded me of something here too. There's a comment. Someone said, Peach says, embarrassing local law enforcement would be the least of my worries. You would think so. But if you've ever seen the girl with the dragon tattoo, at the end of the movie, there's the detective, right? And he stumbles across the killer. And he knows he stumbled across the killer. And the killer invites him inside. But instead of risking being offensive and making a scene, the detective goes inside. And the killer actually points out to him, you knew I was the killer, but you came in anyway. Why? Because the risk of offending people is a lot sometimes, even in cases where it could be life and death. So that was now that's a movie, of course, but this kind of thing does happen. People can be people pleasers sometimes. That's a thing.
It just, one call and boom, everything sort of changes. So he said, I think the investigators are definitely getting closer. He says, remember there was this video that from 2.5 miles away where the car went by and the timing matched out really perfectly to someone who may have left Nancy Guthrie's and been trying to avoid major highways and intersections. We know that the Pima County Sheriff's Office now has that video. And what the sheriff said about it is that they are looking into it. So it's part of the investigation. So he hasn't just completely thrown it out as nothing. But this is the part that really struck me. He said they are looking at, quote, hundreds of thousands of other vehicles, which, it's a lot. Hundreds of thousands of other vehicles, which may line up. You may remember the FBI said a couple of days ago that agents are reviewing thousands of hours of video. And when they said that, I immediately thought this can't be like Ring camera video because there's just not that much in the neighborhood and there wouldn't be thousands of hours. So they likely now have traffic cameras that they're going through.
Good point here by Brian. I said ring and nest in the earlier part of this video, but he corrected me here, right? He's right. There wouldn't be enough for that, I wouldn't think. So there has to be traffic stops, etc., or traffic lights, traffic cams.
Through and looking at every single vehicle. That's sort of how I'm piecing this together, based on the FBI saying that their agents are reviewing thousands of hours of video, and now the sheriff making this comment that they are looking at hundreds of thousands of cars. But that was just kind of, took me by surprise that there's that many. He says that the backpack may not have been purchased at Walmart, could have been purchased secondhand. Remember when he said that the backpack came from Walmart? I guess now they may have, at this point, gone through all of the sales records, which we know they were doing behind the scenes, the FBI. And now he's saying it may have been purchased secondhand. So it may not have been purchased directly by the suspect from Walmart. Like maybe someone else purchased it and then gave it to the suspect, or the suspect bought it like from someone, selling it secondhand. So I picked up on that. I thought that was interesting. And that means to me that they have probably finished going through all of the sales records in this area of Walmart of people who bought that backpack. And then he said, we have information on this case that we think is going to lead us to solving this case, but it takes time, which is
understandable. Money. Thank you for the super sticker here. Breaking from LAPD. Suspect is a resident of LA. Now, we'll have to check up on that. I haven't heard anything about that. But thank you for the super chat.
a positive statement. I think he may be referring to DNA there. I've reported to you guys the DNA samples are not good, but that doesn't mean that with time they can't sort that out. And it could end up being DNA that cracks this case, especially the genetic genealogy. But again, that's going to take time, especially if the samples are not good samples. So that's kind of what I think he was meaning by that last statement. We have information on this case that we think is going to lead us to solving this case, but it takes time. But we'll see. So that's the latest from the sheriff. He spoke out here at the sheriff's office. In terms of what's been happening in Nancy Guthrie's house, there were some people who showed up today.
Ah, sweet Caroline, you really are the best. Just because I love the wizard of radical self-respect. We love you too, sweet Caroline. Me and the rest of the flock of black sheep. So we've missed you while you weren't here. And thank you very much for the super chat here. It's greatly appreciated. Also, for the rest of you, likes are free. So remember to like the video. Likes are for my spirit animal, Shadow the Night Owl, and Swift the Fox. And everyone come say hello to the flock of black sheep in the live chat. Great group of people here. Very encouraging, very supportive. Come in and say hello. And thank you again, sweet Caroline.
I don't think they were law enforcement, but I don't know who they were. They were by the front door of the house. They were by the side of the house. They were clearly, sort of there on a mission, knew what they were doing. Some people were thinking maybe they were locksmiths, which is a possibility, or just maybe people sent there by the family. I don't know. The family, other people were there installing security cameras the other day. There was people there installing an alarm system. I don't know what these folks were up to, but they were at the house today, which was interesting. At the same time, there were some people out in front of the house. I think they may have been, private citizens. I also heard they may have been podcasters that were searching with a metal detector, said that they were searching for jewelry out front. But that was really the latest happening at the house. Also, I've just had a conversation, which I'm going to play for you, with Jim Clemente, who is a retired FBI profiler. And it's always so interesting for me when I talk to
Jim Clemente. We have listened to him before, haven't we, chat? Where did we listen to him before? Was it on Joe Pags? I think maybe it was, but let's see.
These profilers, because this is what they do. With limited information, they come up with a profile of who they believe is a suspect in a case. And this is one of the more interesting conversations I've had since this whole thing started, because he really zeroed in on what the abductor may want out of this, what he believes the abductor wants, which isn't something that I had really put a ton of thought into, which he's going to explain his theory on that, and also why he thinks those ransom notes in the beginning may be bogus. So this is my my conversation with Jim. All right, so I'm joined now by Jim Clemente, former retired FBI profiler, and also hosted the podcast, Best Case, Worst Case. I almost said former FBI profiler, but whenever I say that, people think that.
Best case, worst case. Isn't this the podcast that people were saying Maureen does? Best case, worst case. Is Maureen his co-host?
Like they got fired or something. So I'm gonna be clear about saying retired. Maureen got mad at me about that once.
Yeah, I did retire, and I'm still a profiler. So I'm continuing to do that work, and I'm also an expert witness in legal cases. So I definitely continue to do behavioral analysis in criminal and related cases.
So, Jim, I'm here in Arizona. I've been here for like a month, just trying to dive into this case any way that I can. And I wish I had more information a month in, but it's still very mysterious. There's still a lot we don't know. There's still a lot of questions about motive. I mean, based on everything you know, have you been able to come up with a profile at all for who did this to Nancy?
Yeah, as I said earlier, when we've talked before, the fact that someone would take the risk of going into an occupied dwelling, spending 41 minutes or so there, and then taking the victim with them, that's a huge risk.
But again, I have to say this because I have to say this every time someone says they spent 41 minutes in there. We don't know they spent 41 minutes in there. They might have only spent 5 minutes in there. All that they know is when the Nest Cam was disconnected and when Nancy's pacemaker was disconnected. That doesn't mean they were inside the house for 41 minutes. It means they were probably on the premises for 41 minutes, but not necessarily inside. So remember that.
All three of those things elevate the offender's risk tremendously. See, risk level is in opposition between the victim and the offender. So when the victim is in their lowest risk area, which is in the privacy and security of their own home, to get to them, the offender has to take the highest level of risk. So we know this person was very motivated. They'd have to be so motivated in order to overcome that great risk that they took. Now, up until the door cam video was released, it seemed like this person was a fairly sophisticated, criminally and forensically experienced kind of offender. But when we actually saw his behavior, we could see that he wasn't at all ready for that door camera, that he walked out of the vestibule area and grabbed some brush to try to cover it. And in the process, he revealed that I believe he has a tattoo on the underside of his right wrist. Those are all really big mistakes for somebody who took the time to wear at least one.
That right arm tattoo thing, that's a big one. So anyone that doesn't have that, right? That would be a ruling out factor, at least for being the person on the Nest Cam.
One mask, maybe two, at least one pair of gloves, maybe two, a full bodysuit over his other clothing. He thought he was actually protecting himself forensically, but what he didn't do is actually cover up his mouth. So he's breathing out DNA for 41 minutes in that house. He also, his eyes and his eyebrows and his eyelashes and some of his mustache hair was all exposed. That could have fallen out and been left at the crime scene. So he made a lot of mistakes that really lower his criminal and forensic sophistication. So what does that tell us? Well, we know he's a male from the images. And generally, the way he moved, he didn't seem like he was in his 50s or 60s, but he was probably in his 30s or 40s. And he definitely, because he wasn't a professional, he definitely exhibited pre- and post-offense behavior that people around him can see. So profiling doesn't just sort of predict who the person is, but we also talk about their behavior and what they'll do. So before this event, he was experiencing some level of stress because he was planning this. Clearly, the way he dressed and the fact that he got away with it to date tells me that he did put in some level of planning. Of course, he wore a backpack with bright, reflective straps, bands on the strap, which, and he was wearing lighter clothing, which you don't wear to a night operation. I mean, you want to be as unseen as possible, and he was glaringly there. He had a little flashlight in his mouth at some point, but if he had had a searchlight, a very strong flashlight, he could have overwhelmed that camera and it would not have picked up his image. He thought he destroyed the camera and the images it took. In fact,
and that is an interesting point I've heard no one say, that a strong light could have distorted the Nest Cam footage so that it wouldn't be able to pick him up at all. Interesting. And I wonder if it's just because of the kind of lens it was, or was it nighttime vision? But he certainly wasn't wearing all black, it looked like. And it looked like there was some reflections on his book bag there, the straps. So don't know what to make of that.
He didn't. So those mistakes, again, lower my assessment of his forensic and criminal sophistication. But because he's not so sophisticated, he was probably going through a lot of stress beforehand, and he may have even spoken to people about it. He may have vented to people about how things are going wrong, or there's a lot of problems, but things are about to happen in my favor. Things are about to get good. I'm about to, all my problems are going to be solved. I'm going to be out of debt, whatever it is. I believe he spoke to people around him about this stuff. And then after the event, and when Savannah Guthrie announced that she was going to pay the ransom, he may have even slipped again and spoken about, things are going to get better. But then when his images were released, I think that was, 10 days after the event, his stress level went through the roof. And he may have left town. He may have hidden his car in a garage, or had worked on it, or had it painted. He may be obsessively cleaning it. But these behaviors are out of the norm, and people around him will notice the change in these behaviors. One thing that my friend Jim Fitz and Ray Carr added to that behavior, and
Jim Fitz is the one that was on Brian the other day and is often on Megyn Kelly. And I think he was also on Joe Pags too. I'm going to invite him on the show too, by the way. He'd be a good guest.
And I think it really makes sense when they profiled him, was that this guy probably...
Thank you so much for this, Nancy. I really appreciate you. I did have a great birthday with my little brother and his wife and his 3 little girls. The littlest one always calls me Uncle Dad, and instead of saying happy birthday, she says happy party. Happy party. So it's always good to spend time with family. But thank you very much, Nancy, for the support. I definitely appreciate you. And thank you for the birthday wishes.
Probably has had a history of being fixated on celebrities or quasi-celebrities in the past, probably female celebrities, and this could be one of the main motivating factors in this case. But I will say this: if that isn't it, if it isn't sort of somebody who's fixated on her because she's the mother of a celebrity and in her own right has been on TV several times with her daughter, if it's not that, then I believe it's somebody who had some tangential connection to the family or to Nancy Guthrie herself. And in that connection, and it could have been a guy working on the pool, the yard, cutting the grass, repairing the roof, doing some repairs to appliances in the house or the AC or the heat, and even possibly deliveries or driving an Uber. There's some connection in which innocently she revealed that, one, she lived alone and that she would be home and vulnerable on this particular night. And it's a shame because her trust in any of these people could have led to her being targeted by this particular offender.
If it was a Savannah-obsessed person, would they have tried to reach out to Savannah by now or wanted something from Savannah?
Well, they did get something they wanted from Savannah. They got Savannah to talk to them directly. And another thing they got was an emotional reaction by her. And unfortunately, when you have, for example, erotomatic stalkers, they feel that they have this relationship with their victims, and they feel sometimes that, well, if I can't have you, nobody can have you, and they can get violent. And it could be.
Where does that sound like it's from? Remember we were saying with Michael McKee, if a narcissistic / psychopathic person loses control, if I can't have you, no one can. So he's saying the person that took Nancy, they might have a little bit of that mentality too, which would not surprise me.
That had some motivation in this case.
So even getting the emotional responses from Savannah that we've seen could have been enough. It's not like they would have wanted more.
Oh, they may have wanted more, but it is a huge amount to be addressed directly by the person that you've been fixated on. Yeah, that's a big thing.
Wow.
Yeah, and so imagine this. If it's a narcissistic person and maybe they're stalking Savannah, let's say. For Savannah to address that person several times in front of millions of people on her Instagram, that's a lot of narcissistic supply right there. A lot of attention and a lot of making that person feel powerful.
So I've heard a lot of people think that that's what it is. I've also heard like burglary gone wrong, and then Nancy, hopefully this isn't true, but dies, and you got to get rid of the body or you're going to be.
No, that's not true at all. You don't got to get rid of the body. You got to leave the body there, and you got to get away from the body. If that's what happened, that person, unless they had a known connection to her or that location or both, that person would have left her there and gone as fast as they possibly can.
I don't know if I agree with that part. I think I get what he's saying, but I also think when there's no body, it just makes the case harder because you don't know what you're dealing with yet. I mean, even now, they're not officially looking at it as a homicide, even though it likely is. But in the beginning, you spread your attention into rescue / maybe homicide. And in fact, I think even Sheriff Nanos was criticized for treating it as a homicide almost right away, even though it wasn't, at least not officially. So again, I just think I would be the person that would say, you know what? No, I don't want them finding a body. I don't want to risk DNA being left on her that could lead back to me. So I'm going to take her with me and make it harder. That's just me. But the professional disagrees with me. So take what I said with a grain of salt.
Get as far away as possible. You don't bring the body with you. That is the best evidence in the case. And to keep that with you, to take it somewhere else, to then spend more time hiding it, you're putting their DNA in your vehicle, you're putting their DNA all over you. It increases the risk that this offender took exponentially. The only reason why there are two reasons why you want to remove the body. One, that's what you came to do. You came to kidnap this person. You're going to find them and you're going to take them away. 2, people know that you have a connection to her. You want to delay discovery of her because there's evidence of you on her. And so that is why you take the body away.
All right. So I agree with that part, because that's what I would be worried about, right? If you do that, I would think there's some evidence of me somehow, some way, more than likely, if the body's there. So again, that's just how I would think in that circumstance, but it doesn't mean that's how everyone would think.
You make that extra effort, you take that extra risk because there is a known connection.
So if it was just a random burglary, you think they would have just left the body? Why, if she died, why would they take the body?
Absolutely, no question. I mean, it would be extremely foolish for them to continue to make risky moves. To what end?
But here's the thing. You can say it's foolish, but up until this point, day 32, that was a very good foolish decision then so far. I mean, until they find her, I think you can't say it was foolish until it goes against them, I guess. I mean, if it was so foolish, I think they might have been caught by now. But whatever they've done, it's worked, at least as far as we know. And again, there can still be things local law enforcement, the FBI isn't telling us yet. But regardless of what they're not telling us, they still don't know where she is. And they still don't know who did it.
I mean, if she died and there's evidence that there was a death in the house, what does taking the body away do for you? She's going to get discovered, or she's going to be discovered missing. Either one, the alarms go off and they're looking for you. If you got in and out, and instead of spending 41 minutes there, you spent 3 minutes there and took off, you have 38 more minutes to be 38 more miles away, right? Why would you take her with you? You're right there with the evidence against you.
I'm just thinking this through. If it is like a Savannah stalker,
I guess like what I see it is, I wouldn't want to leave evidence there. And I know he's saying it's not about the evidence, but that's how I would see it. I would be like, no, I don't want the evidence there. I mean, look at all the crime shows I'm thinking of. Sopranos, The Wire, like, you hide the bodies. It's just what you do. I've never seen someone not hide them. So why wouldn't you hide them? That's my question. He's saying you don't hide them because you're adding to the risk. Well, everywhere I've seen, they've hid them. So I don't know.
Because I've always thought there was more than one person involved, but maybe that would mean it is just one person, and maybe that would explain why we haven't had some other accomplice trying to claim this one.
It's absolutely not true. They hide Richie Aprile. They hide Big Pussy. They hide Ralphie. They chop them up and hide them. So it happened many times in The Sopranos. In The Wire, they hide them in the vacants.
$1 million reward. I mean, could it just be one person involved?
Absolutely. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a Savannah stalker. It could be a Nancy stalker, because again, even though her fame is not anywhere near as great as her daughter's, she has been on TV with her daughter, and that's a level of celebrity that this person doesn't have. And, unfortunately, some people get fixated on elderly women. It's not common, but it does happen.
Could one person have done that by themselves, though? Gotten her away?
Absolutely. I mean, it's easy either way, If she's alive, you threaten her with that gun. If she's not alive, I mean, that guy didn't look small. She's pretty small. be fairly easy for him to take her out.
Do you think she was alive when she left the house? I mean, just based on what you know?
I don't have any reason to believe she was dead. I mean, the fact that blood is dripping as she's leaving probably is a good sign that she's alive or was alive at that time. If she was dead, he could wrap her up in something that wouldn't be dripping.
Yeah, I never thought about it that way. That would make sense. Why would you? Right, you would have had her wrapped up when you took her out.
Mm-hmm.
Do you the ransom notes in the beginning that have kind of just fizzled away? Do you think those are real?
Well, I mean, the only reason why I believed they were real is because it's been reported by the police that there was a very specific item, I think a watch, that was described, and the location of that watch was described accurately. And that was the proof that they gave that they were legit. If that's the case, I don't know how that happens other than somebody inside telling them that, because that was not something that was released to the public. So I think that has a level of legitimacy. The fact that they sort of fizzled away, I don't know what advice was given to the Guthrie family. I don't know whether they paid anything or whether they didn't pay anything, but there is certainly a policy in the FBI and in law enforcement in general not to pay ransoms.
Do you think they should have offered the reward sooner? I mean, because reportedly Savannah wanted to and was told, let's hold off on the $1 million reward initially. Would that have made a difference, do you think?
I don't know. I mean, the $1 million reward, if you put that out immediately, I'm sure the reason why they told her to hold off is because they didn't want 50,000 false tips of people just trying to get that $1 million. It's a lot of money. It's very unusual to have a reward that high, and it brings people out of the woodwork.
Are you surprised we're at day 30?
I am. I mean, it certainly doesn't bode well.
I will say this, and speaking of The Sopranos, in The Sopranos, the FBI, they kind of have a bit of an arrogant attitude towards the criminals. And I think they think the criminals are more dumb than maybe they are sometimes. And I wonder if that's not how the real FBI thinks of it too sometimes. They think, there's anyone who's willing to do criminal acts, they're kind of just dumb. It's dumb of them. They kind of look down on them a little bit. But I think that might be a bit of a mistake. I think what sometimes they don't account for is what someone who's into psychology would account for, is that there are some very smart dark triad people out there. And they can have all sorts of dark things going on, but it doesn't mean they're dumb. They can also be smart, which I think is scary for people to realize, but it's true. I mean, as much as I've criticized Sam Vaknin, I mean, he's one of them, right? Look at Sam Vaknin, narcissistic psychopath, but he's also smart. So it's a thing. Is it rare? Is it more rare? I guess you could say so. But and that's also the reason why The Silence of the Lambs was so fascinating too, right? Now, granted, it's a movie, but Anthony Hopkins' character, Dr. Lecter, genius, serial killer genius, right?
For Nancy. And I don't know what the forensic examination that was done initially at the house was, but pretty certain that this guy's DNA is all over that house. And what I'm waiting for is for them to have developed a DNA profile done a forensic genetic genealogy search and gotten to this guy's family, and they're hopefully following him to get a cigarette, a Coke can, a pizza crust that he discards so they can get his DNA and confirm who it is.
And that's the other thing, though. I think I would have thought this guy was correct in the fact that there should be DNA all over there. But from what we know right now, it doesn't seem like they really got good samples. I mean, it's a mixed sample. So I would have thought they had better DNA. It's still a shock to me they didn't take that mat on the front step there. I mean, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like they did the best they could with that, unfortunately. And you can't necessarily blame the FBI for that. That was local law enforcement.
That's the best hope in this case.
And that can take time, right?
Yeah.
So even though it's 30, because some people I've heard some law enforcement experts say that they think it's becoming a cold case. Is it too soon to say that?
I mean, a cold case is when all leads have been run to ground and there's no new leads. I don't think that's the case yet. I mean, it's 30 days, not 30 years. Cases are being solved after 30 and 40 years. So this case will be solved. I have no question in my mind about it because of that video and because of the fact that he wasn't forensically sophisticated enough to prevent any of his DNA from leaving his body and being at that scene.
Wow. So he's got a lot more confidence than me. Now, granted, his opinion when it comes to solving cases should be weighed heavier than mine because he has more experience with it. But that being said, I don't know where he's getting all this confidence from, considering the DNA that they have right now. And yeah, there is an S-cam footage, but where? Where are they? Who is it? Where are they? We don't know.
I just hope they collected it.
The way you described him.
Just hope they collected it. My fear is that they didn't. And he means collecting the DNA, of course.
And let's just say it was someone who did it alone, because if it was a stalker type, maybe it was someone alone. Do they start to tell people about it at some point, or do people like that keep it to themselves forever?
No, I think this guy is not a professional, and so I believe at some point was probably prior. His pre-offense behavior was probably him. He probably leaked out information about this. In other words, mentioned Savannah, mentioned Nancy, mentioned that, he was going to go to Tucson, something. He was not as sophisticated as he thought he was. And those kind of offenders slip up. And I'm sure he did, either before the offense or after the offense. If he doesn't get caught in a while, then you might see exactly what you just said.
Now, but here's the other thing. Now, granted, this video I'm referring to is AI, but that video did say maybe this was all calculated incompetence. And if so, it worked to get this guy off the track, honestly. Now, granted, maybe that would be giving this guy too much credit. And by this guy, I mean the criminal, to be using weaponized, or not weaponized, calculated incompetence. Maybe that's too much. But again, if it wasn't too much, it seems to be working pretty well.
Him kind of bragging about it in a way, like maybe generically, yeah, I could have gotten away with that too, something like that. But I'm telling you, somebody who's listening to this right now, somebody knows him. They live or work with him or live near him or have interacted with him, and he has just changed his behavior in the last 5-6 weeks, and especially when those images were released. Whether he left town for an emergency or, made sure that he would not be out in public for a while, he did something. He did something to change his behavior, and anybody who knows him, who's around him, should pick up on that.
So we don't know officially that nothing was taken from the house, but that's kind of the sense that there wasn't like some high value item missing. So I guess operating under that being true, so not really being a burglary, and then
it could be a framed picture of her in Savannah. It could be some little, something from a magnet on the refrigerator. It could be, some little souvenir or trophy that he took. It doesn't have to be something of great value.
Is there any other motive that has come to your mind besides, Savannah obsessed person?
Well, I mean, money, revenge, personal cause, or sexual. Those are the motives that could be.
Do any of those others, they don't seem to add up as much to me. I mean, I hate to even think about the sexual, but, it's just the way the neighborhood is. It's just this random house in the middle of this neighborhood where everybody's spaced. Like, why her if that was the case,
So yes, please remember to like the video while you're here. Likes are free. Likes are for my spirit animal, Shadow the Night Owl, and Swift the Fox. Come in and say hello to the flock of black sheep in the live chat here. We got a great group of people. And subscribe to the channel if you're not already. We'll go live pretty much every night, but at 10 p.m. Eastern, a little bit after.
Generally because that person worked at the house or delivered something to the house or delivered her to the house and knew that she lived alone. That's generally what happens, what precedes that kind of an attack. However, unless that was absolutely known, there's no reason for him to take her from that location.
Do you think at this point, just based on what you know, they have several people in mind, or do you think they don't? Because I'll just tell you, I mean, we had reporting a couple weeks ago about them going to the gun stores with 40 names and faces, and initially I thought they did, but now I'm wondering if they don't.
It's just whether or not I think it's a good idea to answer that question. That's all.
Yeah, I understand. Did anything stand out to you as strange with the ransom letters?
Absolutely. In general.
So I want to go back to that, see what question he didn't want answered or didn't think it was smart to answer.
That was absolutely known. There's no reason for him to take her from that location.
Do you think at this point, just based on what you know, they have several people in mind, or do you think they don't?
So he doesn't want to answer if they have several people in mind. Now, chat, that's a question for you all. Why do you think he doesn't want to answer that? I mean, the answer would have to be he thinks it would interfere somehow, right? So then the real question would be, why does he think it's going to interfere, him answering this question? Is it because he thinks it's related to family and that's why it would interfere? What do you think? So press 1 if you think that's why. If you think it's because it's someone close to the family and he doesn't think it's going to be helpful to let that public. Or 2, I don't know, some other reason. So 2 for some other reason. 1 because he thinks it's someone close to the family and he thinks answering it could hurt the investigation.
Hmm.
Because I'll just tell you, I mean, we had reporting a couple weeks ago about them going to the gun stores with 40 names and faces. And initially I thought they did, but now I'm wondering if they don't.
It's just whether or not I think it's a good idea to answer that question. That's all.
Yeah, I understand. Did anything stand out to you as strange with the ransom
So there's a jump cut there. Did you see it?
letters?
Absolutely. In general, when someone kidnaps someone and their motivation is to get money, one of the first lines is don't tell the police and no media. DC snipers, for example, they had both of those, right? This case, instead of hiding what they were doing, they announced it to the world by sending it to the media. That's extremely unusual, but it may be telling us exactly what they wanted, which was notoriety, which was making everybody in that neighborhood shiver with fear, or making Savannah emotionally, begging for her mother's life. That could be the motivation. Behavior tells you many times not just what somebody wants to do, but sort of it satisfies some kind of inner need for them. And I think sending it to the media and sending it not to the media where Savannah works, but to a local CBS affiliate and to TMZ, it made sure that the news got out there. The local CBS affiliate tells me that that person may very well be from that area because they wanted that media outlet to be aware and to publicize it. So publicity is usually the last thing a kidnapper wants. And it's the first thing these people wanted or this person wanted.
I really appreciate Jim for taking the time.
I mean, and that's interesting. Publicity is the last thing a kidnapper wants, but it was the first thing this person wanted. What would explain that? To me, the motive explains it. The motive of revenge / punishment. But again, that's also with the presumption that the ransom notes are real. Like, what other parts would make you think they wanted attention besides the ransom notes? Is there anything? I don't think so. Besides the act itself, of course, of taking Nancy. But I don't think the ransom notes were real. So, but again, I don't think they minded the ransom notes because, why? Because if the ultimate goal is revenge / punishment, that helps them meet that aim of revenge punishment. And the fact that they don't know whether Nancy's alive or dead, that also helps the aim of revenge or punishment. It's the not knowing that can make it worse in a way. I mean, if you just found out right away that she's gone, yeah, that sucks. But I mean, you're 32 days into knowing it and trying to heal and recover and pick up the pieces as hard as it's going to be. But now they're at day 32 and they still don't know. They don't know if she's alive or dead. I mean, you could say, well, likely now. Likely, I would say she's not with us anymore, unfortunately, but they still don't know. And I think that adds to the punishment / revenge factor.
Time to talk with me. It's sort of a lot to think about there in terms of the why and the motive and what the person may want out of all of this and where Nancy Guthrie is now. But I'm going to stay on the case. Obviously, again, it's day 31. Today is Tuesday. It's a hot day today in Arizona. It's interesting here, the weather. When you step into the shade, it's like cool. But the minute you get back out into the sun, it's so hot. And people are saying that the rattlesnakes come out soon, which is something that I'm like not used to being from Florida. We have pythons there and alligators, obviously, but I'm like waiting for these rattlesnakes to show up. But I really appreciate you guys for following along. I know it's been a long one, day 31 now, but I appreciate your interest in the case. Of course, at the end of the day, this is all about there being some kind of resolution, keeping the word out there, keeping the story alive.
Karina, no one knows what picture you're talking about. Send it to my Instagram, Wizard of Radical Self-Respect, and I'll take a look at it.
If you saw Savannah Guthrie at the house yesterday, it was just like so sad, her with her sister and her brother-in-law. I just, I feel that if you guys have, I know I have a lot of new followers here that just kind of found me with Nancy Guthrie, but those of you who have followed me for a long time with all the other cases I cover, and I mean, this is what I'm always doing. I just get really invested. And I know some of you have been like, oh, when are you going to go home? And at some point I am going to have to go home, and I don't know when. I mean, maybe it'll be sooner than later. Just kind of have to follow my gut on that. But my gut.
So Karina was saying there is a picture, I'm assuming she means of the Nest Cam footage, of a van in the background or something that looks like a van with lights. No one's seen that, but she says it's there.
Right today at this moment is telling me to sort of stick around and not leave yet. So that's what I'm going to do. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for following along, and I'll talk to you guys later.
So again, I mean, when I'm doing the streams, I can't stop everything I'm doing to look at all those things. You got to make it easy for me to even see it. Whoops. Click the wrong button. Almost not good.
Thousands of them were driving. Hey everyone, I'm Ashley Banfield. This is Drop Dead Serious. Thanks so much for being here. Big favor, hit subscribe. It really helps a lot. I so appreciate you. And I really love that you're here. Let's get right to it, shall we? It's another busy day. I didn't think it was going to be a busy day, but it is. It's March 3rd as I record this, which is day 31 in the Nancy Guthrie case. And I've talked to my law enforcement source who's told me a couple things that, interesting but frustrating. No extremely active leads at this point, as of a couple of days ago. Not leads that would generate enough information to satisfy the warrant process, is what I'm told. And my source says don't expect any raids anytime soon. We've already had two. The last one was February 13th. That's over 2 weeks ago. And so, it's frustrating, but it doesn't mean that nothing's happening. And to that end, I have such a good guest for you to hear today. I can't believe I haven't met Brandon Bess until now. He's a former Texas Ranger, and he is right out of Central Casting. I love this guy. And you are going to hear more from him in the podcast in the future, because he is smart as a whip. He's an expert in criminal intelligence. He did that with the Rangers. Expert in cold cases. He did that. Expert in all things Othram Labs, because he worked with Othram Labs. In fact, helped solve the Mary Catherine Edwards case in Beaumont, Texas.
Yes. I mean, as far as any picture goes, there's been no evidence of a car or a van. There's other houses. And remember that we did have that other video where there was a light that other video said might have been another person. I don't think that's true either. I think that was probably just a light from a house. But I do think there could have been multiple people there. But that video with the light, I don't think was proof of the other person.
And here's what I have for you today. It is such a treat, because I know you've heard a lot about DNA in this case. Sheriff said something about DNA to NBC News, and I'm going to tell you that in a second. But I want you to sort of know how it works once it gets out of the computers. That's kind of a talk to me like I'm five way of saying it. But look, we all know that DNA work and Othram Labs and the lab in Florida, DNA International in Deerfield Beach, they're all super smart people with very, very specified careers that, you and I maybe don't understand to the nth degree. We just know the headline. We know generally about what they do. But what happens once the lab kind of says, here are your people? Here are the 40, 60, 80 potential family members of your suspect. And maybe in there somewhere is your suspect. Then what happens? What are the cops and the detectives and the rangers?
Karina, I said send it to my Instagram at Wizard of Radical Self-Respect. Send it.
And the agents for the FBI, what do they do with this pool of dozens and dozens of people who might or might not be connected to this criminal? Well, they're connected in some way, but how do you get to the criminal? Because after the computers and the scientists in the lab get through their work, the gumshoe fellers and ladies do their work. They hit the pavement. They hit the sidewalk. They knock on the doors. They follow the possible, target, and they collect something to see if it's their guy. And it is a fascinating process. And so Brandon Bess, who you're about to meet, including his 10-gallon hat, which is amazing because I lived in Texas for 5 years, so I so love that culture. He will tell you the work that he did, the gumshoe, shoe leather work that he did to find these people, and how amazing it is when you find them, and how incredibly crazy it is when you approach people and ask them for their DNA, because they might actually be key to solving a crime. What would you say? Wait until you hear his responses of what some of his people have said when he's knocked on their doors. Okay, but let me get you through a bit of today, and then you're going to hear from this former Texas Ranger who's just like.
Karina, it's probably people getting frustrated because it looks at the tone you seem to be communicating in. You seem to be really agitated and aggravated that people aren't listening to you. But what picture are you talking about? Like where? You got to be more specific.
Again, so incredibly smart and so incredibly fascinating. The sheriff today, it was revealed, did an interview with NBC News, and it was aired on the Today Show. Again, the sheriff's not doing interviews with anybody else, just selectively every so often, just sits with someone. It's frustrating for the rest of us who are all trying to get, information straightened out or cleared up or even information. But he told NBC News that he thinks this case can, quote, absolutely be solved. That's good to hear. I'm happy to hear that. I hope it's true. I hope it's on target. I hope it's just not lip service. I hope that what he's saying is like, yeah, we have enough that we're going on. It's a lot of work, but it can absolutely be solved. To the vehicle that was found whizzing through some neighbor's doorbell cam, front doorbell facing camera on the 1st of February, at exactly the time that it's likely a vehicle would have left Nancy Guthrie's home and then 7 to 8 minutes later crossed through their camera purview. We had heard that was a dead end. Maybe not, because the sheriff said that they haven't yet identified that SUV, right? But not that it's out of play. And then said something else that was weird.
Look, what I would tell you is this: we're aware of it and we're looking into it, just like any other piece of evidence.
Have you been able to identify the car that drove past at 2:36 a.m.?
No.
But you are looking to identify it.
If anyone else plays the race card in here too, you'll be banned as well.
We're looking at that vehicle as well as hundreds of thousands of other vehicles that were out driving that time of day.
Okay, hundreds of thousands of other vehicles? I don't get that. I'm sorry. First of all, what's the population of Tucson? I'll tell you the answer to that. It's roughly 560,000 people. So out of 560,000 people who live there, hundreds of thousands of them were driving at 2:30 in the morning. That seems like that statement wasn't thought through. And I say that also because Michael Ruiz from Fox News was very, very clever and smart and went back to his files from Moscow, Idaho, and said that Idaho investigators.
And thanks, Jose. You and Fox Razor both will be banned. Bye-bye.
Had a list of more than 20,000 white Hyundai Elantras to sort through. So Okay, that was one vehicle they were looking for very specifically, but 20,000 is a much more manageable number than hundreds of thousands, right? It was also seen in the middle of the night on these dark cameras and identified as a white Elantra. But other people thought that this might be a Kia Soul. So I'm just curious as to why the sheriff would say we're looking at hundreds of thousands of vehicles, other vehicles. So some other things. The sheriff said the motive remains unclear. Okay, to me, that's huge. Because if there were evidence that, of course, we don't know about, they're not telling us everything, right? If there were evidence, say, somewhere in Nancy's home, say her bedroom, that led them to suspect maybe this was an attempted rape or something like that, well, he's saying no, the motive remains unclear. So the mystery gets bigger, but at least that kind of sheds the possibility of the parade of horribles that we were all hoping was not the case. Again, it's the sheriff, and a lot of times what he says has to be cleared up or corrected. So I don't know. Sad that I can't trust that that's ironclad, but it is what it is. The task force. Remember, we told you that, look, in every one of these cases, eventually there has to be a drawdown of personnel, and there were 400 people working on the Nancy Guthrie disappearance at one time. And the sheriff has used, certain euphemistic language to say that we're going to ebb and flow. These are my words. As needed, we'll adjust personnel. And so at the same time as saying that, the sheriff said there was a task force that had been established with Pima County Sheriff's Department homicide detectives, as well as FBI agents. All right, so that's nice that there's a defined group that's working on it, but it also tells me it's a smaller group than it used to be. And they said, or the sheriff said that they're still awaiting DNA updates, that task force is still awaiting DNA updates from the private lab in Florida.
So this is what people are talking about? These lights? That's a home.
All right, then. I like this. The last we heard was that the sample was, an incomplete sample, that they had trouble separating it from a mixture, but that itself, it was incomplete and couldn't be loaded into CODIS, which is a yes or no, right? CODIS is the National Offender Database. You take your perfect sample, you stick it in there, you say, you got any guys like this? And it says yes or no. So with a partial sample, doesn't work. But that doesn't mean that you don't go another route, which is, investigative genealogy or familial DNA research. And I'm going to get into that in a moment with my guest, Brandon Best, because that's what I think was going on. But then the sheriff also said that they were still having some issues with the separating it from the mixture.
So what someone needs to do is send me the picture at Wizard of Radical Self-Respect on Instagram, and I can pull it up. But unless you do that, I don't want to hear anything else about it.
But I spoke with an expert who said, bullshit. We have mixtures all the time. That's what rape cases are. They're a mixture. I don't know what to make of it. I'm just not super skilled in that science. But look, I'm going to take him at his word that they're struggling. Maybe there were multiple different pieces of DNA that were mixed into that mixture, and they're trying to separate out the unknown from some of the knowns. Whatever it is, the work is still going on. That was the point of me bringing that to you, because I'm happy about that. It means that there's still optimism. This was less optimistic. The backpack, right? The Walmart backpack. The sheriff said that it might have been secondhand. It might have been a secondhand backpack. Maybe it wasn't purchased. Here's how he said it to NBC, because his words matter. Take a look.
We've now learned that maybe it wasn't purchased out of Walmart. That backpack is new, is exclusive to Walmart. But who's to say I didn't buy it and put it on eBay? That's what we're looking at.
If you're watching and you know of somebody who either sold a backpack, or maybe you sold a backpack on eBay recently, or you know of an eBay transaction that you saw for that backpack, 1-800-CALL-FBI. 1-800-CALL-FBI. If you know of a secondhand sale of that particular black backpack, it's called the Ozark Trail Backpacker Pack. Okay, black.
So some people are saying this could have been bought secondhand, which is totally true. Amazon, secondhand, a thrift store, Goodwill. I think all of that's possible.
If you know of anything that may have sold secondhand, maybe in your store or eBay, again, 1-800-CALL-FBI. The authorities, obviously, this is kind of a, thanks, Captain Obvious, but The sheriff said, look, there's a lot of information that we haven't shared with the public. Absolutely. And they shouldn't, right? I get it. The way investigations go, they've got to keep a lot of stuff close to their vest, especially for when you catch a guy, because you want to have stuff only the killer will know. But you also don't want to let the killer know you've got this on them so that they can go underground. But here is what the sheriff said about that. And I want to read this because there's something specific about it. There's so much that everybody wants to know, but I would be very neglectful, irresponsible as a police law enforcement leader to share that with everybody. We have information on this case that we think is going to hopefully lead us to solving this case, but it takes time.
What is rude is us asking you 100 times for the picture, you refusing to send it, and then continuing to complain. I don't have time for that.
That last part, it takes time. So Brian Enton, who, by the way, can we just please all say a prayer for Brian Enton's skin and health? Because, you know, Sheriff Nanos made it really difficult for any reporters to stay out in front of Nancy Guthrie's house. Most of them have left because he made this massive parking restriction, which means you got to walk forever and ever, amen, to get to Nancy Guthrie's front driveway. And you cannot have your vehicle, which means it's all in your backpack. And whatever you got is what you got for the day. Water, sunscreen, shelter, all of it. And the heat is oppressive. It was 87 the other day when I checked. And poor Brian Enton is out there doing the good work to continue to follow this case for us with no shelter, right? It's just miserable. Thanks, Nanos. Yeah, it's not going to happen. You're not going to get everybody to leave. The dogged among them are going to be there. And Michael Ruiz is one of them, and Brian Enton is one of them. And he saw a lot of activity at Nancy Guthrie's house today. Multiple.
So we're going to pause this for 1 second because someone finally sent me the video. So I'm going to show you I can be very reasonable. Uh, I have to.
Guthrie case Notice how the intruder in the Nancy Guthrie case turns their attention to something or someone in the background. What if I told you it's possible that there is possibly a second suspect lurking in the brush?
Now, by the way, we did go over this interview probably about a week ago, or this video, but we'll play it anyway.
That was caught on this ring cam. Here is a closer look at a light source that disappears and reappears just after the intruder walks away. Could this be a second suspect caught on Nancy Guthrie's ring cam? Here's an even closer look. Notice how it disappears and reappears as if someone was...
So what I said when I saw this the first time was, I think it's still probably from a house of sorts, and there could be something blocking it periodically. I would think there was a human, the light would be moving more. Instead, it's just remaining in one place. That was my thought.
Was lying in wait. Was this a scout or someone waiting with a vehicle while the first suspect broke into the home? Now here's a look at it with a negative filter. I wonder what caught the attention of this intruder. Subscribe to learn more.
Yes. So
vehicles arrived. and drove into her driveway. People went into the home. It was hard. Brian Enton said they look like they might be.
So I think it's the house because I don't know what it would be from a person. I don't think it's going to be anything from a person. And that was the entire thing the person was talking about. And it's something we've already been over. So again, this channel here, by the way, we're on the cutting edge. We've seen everything for the very most part, unless it's happened like today. So there's sometimes things like that get by me within a day or two. But most of the cutting developments, the breaking developments, we see and we watch them here.
Locksmiths. At one point, looks like they might be contractors, dressed nicely though. And it's even possible when I looked at them, maybe they were detectives of some kind. Hard to tell.
So again, my verdict on that video is, again, I think there was more than one person. I just don't think that's the video that proves it. That's all.
But separately, 2 other people showed up and they were doing something very odd. And so when asked, they said they were there to search for jewelry and, you know, smaller items that might have been dropped and that went, you know, missing, perhaps during the crime. And so they had a metal detector with them and they were searching the easement, which is right off the pavement of the front road, but before your actual property line starts. There's, you know, usually public property, band of it. It's called an easement. And they were searching and digging in the easement out in front of Nancy Guthrie's front lawn. So not on her property, but just where her property meets the road and where it's public. And they said, look, this is what happens sometimes. These things are shed during crimes, an earring or a necklace or something. Okay, so that's kind of the update about what happened, you know, at the house today and where the investigation is, at least for my law enforcement source, which I said it's slow. Like there's just not a.
And Brian Enton went over that person too, the person going out there with the metal detector. I don't really know what they're looking for. They might even just be looking for the media dropping things at this point.
A lot of good heavy meat there. Not enough to get warrants to get raids going. So don't expect that, according to my source. But I wanted you to hear from retired Texas Ranger Brandon Bess. Guy worked in criminal intelligence. Guy worked in the cold cases. He worked with Othram Labs, as I mentioned before, and helped to solve this incredible case in Beaumont, Texas. And as it turns out, he's really well known among the super smart DNA community because he did this for decades. And what I wanted to learn from him and help you to learn as well is what these guys do with the scientists. Once they get their information from the scientists, what these guys do on the pavement to weed out the dozens and dozens and dozens of possible.
And the reason the guy looked back could just be to see if any cars are coming, honestly.
Family members down to the actual suspect, because it is a fascinating process. But before you hear from Brandon, and trust me, it's amazing. Like he's got this 10-gallon hat on. He pulled over. He's out on the road. He pulled over in his truck and he's like facing into the Texas sun. So he's all lit up in the sun, but the sun was going down as I was interviewing. So it was getting darker and darker and darker as I was interviewing him. And I tried to say, well, turn on your interior light and, you know, but he's just great. I mean, nothing can stop this guy. So before I go to Brendan Bass, today's episode is sponsored by CyberGhost VPN. Have you ever thought twice about connecting to public Wi-Fi? You know, when you're in the airport, etc. Are you ever worried somebody might steal your information? Because here's the solution. CyberGhost VPN. It's one of the best VPN services Houston, Texas. And let me tell you, this guy knows his stuff. So Brendan, talk to me a little bit about the process that most of us never actually see when it comes to what is done at the shoe leather level with genetic genealogy.
So as a new cold case ranger, I'll tell you that your question hits home very hard. Because we thought when this forensic genetic genealogy came out that it was going to be, we're going to get a set of names, we go out, we collect a couple of DNA samples, and boom, we got our suspect. Turns out that though we could not do what we do without the FGG technology, I mean, these cases wouldn't get solved at all. Obviously, they hadn't been solved. But the amount of work that sometimes goes into these cases after we receive that initial, I hate to say confirmation, but that initial hit, for lack of a better term, on, hey, you're looking for the Jones family or you're looking for the Smith family.
This dude looks like a cowboy version of Mike King. If Mike King was a cowboy, maybe this would be him. But check out my interview with Mike King from Profiling Evil on my channel. It was a good interview.
That becomes a nationwide search. In every investigation that I ever did involving forensic genetic genealogy, it became a nationwide search. Sometimes it was limited nationwide to the South, but oftentimes we would have, I want to say on the worst case scenario, we had 80 different familial tests that we had to go collect. That is a lot of people, and that's a lot of work by law enforcement that still has to be done on it. So it's an extreme amount of work that goes into it after getting that initial hit.
So that initial hit, and when you say worst case scenario is 80, that means you basically get 80 potential people who could be associated to this subject you're looking for, or could be the subject, correct?
That is correct. Most of the time, the folks at Othram, especially working with them, they would tell you, hey, this is not going to be your suspect. We think we're at a second cousin level. They were really good about telling you how far away you were, which was really important when we would go collect these samples, because as you can imagine, people are somewhat skeptical of, this Texas Ranger coming to Louisiana or coming to Ohio or coming to, New York, and having to ask them for a sample of their DNA and telling them that someone they're kin to is a murder suspect, but that they're not going to know who that person is. And to date, I have yet to have one that the target test, the familial test that I had to do, they never knew who the person was. They were too distantly related.
But I can't imagine getting that request. How many people say yes, sure, and how many say slam the door?
Believe it or not, in my 5 years of doing that, of working with Othram as an active law enforcement officer, Texas Ranger, I only had one person, and it was a little old lady who had, she thought we were some kind of scammer. She didn't believe that we were really law enforcement. That was the only person that turned us down. But my partners and I had a pretty good story when we would go meet them. And most of the time that was picking on law enforcement. And what we would say is, if it was a woman that we were collecting from, or whether it was a man, we would always ask a woman, hey, who do you want to play you in the movie? And the same would be with a man. And we would have, hey, you look a lot like Julia Roberts. Would you like to have her? Or if it was a man, you look a lot like Brad Pitt. Would you like to have Brad Pitt pay you in this movie? And of course they would ask, well, I'm like, we're Texas Rangers. There's going to be a movie about what we do. And that usually put us right over the top, and they understood. And it became a little bit of a joke that worked every time.
Seriously, it was literally a sales job like that could convince someone to hand over their DNA to help in the investigation.
It was, yes.
It's just remarkable to me.
So that would be for the genetic testing stuff, whichever way. Thank you very much for this, sweet Caroline. I really like how you raise all possibilities, Jared. I try to give you all the angles here. And then again, I'm not saying my angles are completely correct, or the way I see it's completely correct, but I'd like everyone to have the possibilities. So that's why we play the video with that other light in the background, so people can make their own judgments from there. Form your opinions. Thank you, sweet Caroline. Also, while you're here, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Likes are for my spirit animal, Shadow the Night Owl, and Swift the Fox. Come say hello to the flock of black sheep in the live chat here.
I assume most people would be skeptical right off the bat. But that's only part of the job. I mean, let's roll back a little bit to the point where you get the Jones family and you get 80 names. What's the first thing you do? Look for the females who definitely aren't the suspect and kind of cut it in half?
Yes, that is one of the easier ways, for sure. looking at criminal histories of people, especially when you have a decent idea of, hey, we think it's Mr. Jones, but we're at a first cousin level right now. Let's look at these folks. Let's look at all the options that Othram sent us, and who has a criminal history, who has been dealt with by law enforcement in the past. And we would steer away from those. We would look for, in Texas, we'd call them the solid citizen. We would look for that solid citizen who's, never been involved with anything, is pro law enforcement. And, it's podcasts like yours, believe it or not, that both the good guys and the bad guys understand what it's really all about. So the good guys understand because of listening to podcasts, because of watching cold case TV shows, that, hey, they understand what it's about and they want to be a part of it. And that was a part of the sales pitch too, was that, hey, you get to be a part of something really big. You get to give answers to a family that may not have had answers for 30, 40. I've got a case that's 50 years old. You get to be a part of that. And you're good, again, solid citizen. They want to be a part of that. They want to volunteer and give that DNA to help you get to it. And then they won't leave you alone after until you give them the answers of who you got and when you got them. Of course, some of these cases take years to solve, years and years to solve.
Interesting. So they're talking about people voluntarily giving them the DNA to help them cross-examine it to get a match. I mean, hey, I'm sure there's people out there willing to do that. And if it works, then amazing.
Even with that genealogy, yeah.
It's got to feel good to let them know that you caught the bad guy and that they were a part of it.
It is, absolutely.
So you start with the law-abiding folks, the good citizenry who want to help. And then eventually you got to get to the ones who might have some criminal background. How do you get them on board? How do you I kind of know, but I want to hear it from you.
So it's you have to convince them that they are not a target of the investigation. They're not a suspect. And you have to do that by knowing their history, knowing where they were at the time, knowing that, they might have been 12 years old when this crime was committed, and just convincing them that you're not trying to trick them, that you can give them other numbers of people. You can show them television shows that you've been on, podcasts you've been on, kind of sell it to them ahead of time. Like, hey, we know that this is difficult to understand, or this may be difficult to believe, but watch these few things and you'll see that we're telling you the truth. We're not out to get you. This is not trickery, because if we were, it could ruin our criminal case. And most of the time that works. One of the difficult things that I ran into a couple of times.
Well, here's the thing. So as someone said in the chat, yes, genetic genealogy did solve the Kohberger case, but they also had a sheath. They had a good match of DNA in there. They had a good sample. To me, I don't know if they have a good sample in this case. To me, so far, that's the difference in my eyes. But let me know. I mean, if they have a good sample, I'd like to see it. But as far as I know, they don't. They have a mixed sample. And the mixed sample wasn't even good enough to go through CODIS. So whatever else it is, they're going to have to go through something else. And even if it is something, they don't necessarily know it's from the person who abducted her. Could be a delivery driver, a mailman, could be anything.
Though, and this was with Othram, was first off endogamy in a case, which meant there was a lot of inbreeding, for lack of a better term. And that was going back to the 1800s. That wasn't anything in modern history. But to tell someone, hey, your great grandparents were actually first cousins, what's taboo now, they didn't even know back then. They didn't understand that they lived, 20 miles apart. They had never heard of each other in their lifetime. The second part is when you discover that one of your target test subjects was not fathered by the person he or she thought they were fathered by, that they were not out of wedlock. What's the word I'm looking for here? That their mom and dad was not who their mom and dad.
And Rooster, I can totally understand why you would say that. He says never voluntarily give your DNA. And people would say, well, why wouldn't you want to help in criminal investigations? And I would say, well, there could come a point when just being who you are or believing what you believe can become the crime. Look at history for plenty of examples, right? It's not about being a criminal. But for example, being certain ethnicities during World War II made you a criminal. So when you give your DNA up, all that's going to happen is you're given the powers to be the government, which is definitely not always on your side, more power to find you or get you. Not always necessarily what I would want. And as good old Reagan said, the scariest words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
I'm not talking about adoption cases. I'm talking about, the mother may have been having an affair, and
Folks who strayed.
I know you can edit this down good, but so we actually had one where a case where the grandfather was the father of the person that we took DNA from. He had sexually assaulted his grandchild, his daughter. That child was born, and that child was given up for adoption to another family member, and we discovered that in all that. So that one was extremely difficult. And as a matter of fact, we never went back to the game. We didn't have it in us to tell him that. We left it alone. He had lived his life not knowing that. And there's those things that you run into. There's obstacles that you run into in these cases that you would never think humanly possible. But the biggest one being that daddy is not daddy.
Yeah. And let's roll back even before you get out into sort of like, hitting the streets. When you're first dealing with that case and you start sorting, right? You start sorting who absolutely can't possibly be and who potentially can be. What are all the categories that you start with? And I get it. Male, female would be first, right? Clearly our perp isn't a female. So
Yes.
all the females are gone. What are the next categories that you start sorting?
Age is the biggest one. Could this person, and can an 18-year-old do a certain type of crime? Sure. But in serial cases, especially serial sexual assaults, serial murders, we do not anticipate, and to my knowledge, I don't know that we have an 18-year-old serial killer that's ever been captured. That said, there could be, but not to my knowledge. So one of the things that you start looking at is how old was that family member at the time of the crime, going through that. Where did that family member live? Because, 1960s, 1970s, some of these folks were born with 5, 6, 7, 10 siblings. Figuring out where those siblings were at the time, if there's, a 5-year date range that we're looking at, hey, where were these people in that 5-year date range? So male, female, of course, first, then age, and then location, physical location of the folks. Is it even possible? We had a case in Beaumont that there were two brothers, and obviously it's 50-50 shot. Which
Two brothers. Mike, thank you very much for the super chat. I asked Maureen yesterday if law enforcement used drones at night with infrared cameras / sensors to search for Nancy. She said, I was glad when I heard they did. Well, that's good then, right? So they looked for her at nighttime. I mean, I guess there would be a window, right? The window of the first 48. That's when it's the most important. But it looks like they did, but maybe they didn't find anything up until now. But thank you for the super chat, Mike.
when it could have been, and that was after just an extreme amount of genealogy work had gone into it. I mean, 6 months of just brutal work by the genealogist, by Othram, and of course by us going out, law enforcement on the ground going out and collecting those samples from people. But that one, when it came down to two brothers, we literally looked at criminal history and location. Those were the two things. That was easy. A lot of times it's not that easy. But when you start really getting down to the very end, it comes to that. It comes to age, criminal history, involvement with law enforcement, some background, the typical stuff that you would do on anyone on one of the cold cases before we knew about this. You kick all that stuff back in that we used to do.
So you get rid of all the chaff, the wheat from the chaff, so to speak. When you end up with...
And generally, I do trust Maureen. So thank you for this, sweet Caroline. This guy is pointing the finger at people with a criminal history. Well, sometimes law enforcement can do that a little bit. They kind of pick on the low-hanging fruit because, Yeah, often. Here's the thing. When they go by averages, they'll say, well, most criminals have already committed other crimes. So it's just like the easy thing to point to. Are they always right? Of course not. But thank you very much for the super chat, Sweet Caroline. I appreciate you.
Say, and maybe this is a moderate guess, 20 possible suspects. What's next?
So then that's when you go back to Othram again. That's when you go back and they run those numbers on what you've got. Who are the most likely on those? Because, you know, if every one of them got down to 50, or I'm sorry, got down to 20, let's say, you're still talking about a huge amount of time that it could take. So that literally comes down to Othram Labs looking at the numbers that you've got and them doing what they do, them doing the smart people work. And that is which one of the numbers that they have actually is closest to it, letting them weed those down for us, letting those sort those and tell us, hey, this is the most likely from the 20. They can whittle it down to 5 or 6. You get it down to that 5 or 6 and go that direction. Now, I will say that we have had in the past, you get down to that 5 or 6 and you're going the wrong direction. But the good thing about them is they push you in the right direction really quickly.
When you have, like, for instance, I think about the Golden State Killer that was out in California. And of course, the Long Island serial killer suspect, Rex Heuermann, up in New York. They followed him on the street and picked up a pizza that he discarded into the garbage. And they were right behind him and picked it right back up. Talk to me a little bit about that part of the shoe leather work, because I'm fascinated in how some people just aren't going to give you that sample, and others you don't want them to know that you're looking for their sample. So walk me through that part of it all.
A couple of cases that I can think about, one in particular, the Mary Catherine Edwards case out of Beaumont, Texas, with the Beaumont Police Department. That case, we had a college professor that we were looking at, and that college professor lived in a gated community. We had a hard time getting to his house, but we did finally get to his house. So we actually snuck in the middle of the night up to his house into his driveway and swabbed the door handles on his truck that were, you know, it was parked in an open spot. We swabbed those door handles. Well, that didn't work. So we had to go to the university, follow him around, attempted to catch him dropping some things. And I'll say he was not the suspect. We finally got a coffee cup that he discarded, and it was not him. And we moved on to another suspect. That suspect that we actually got his DNA from the trash. And
so, by the way, someone in the chat said that if the DNA sample they collected is from someone from Latino descent or Latina descent, it'll be useless. I don't know if it'll be useless. It'll just be more difficult. I think that's what CC said, right? She said not useless, but it would certainly make it more difficult. That's for sure.
We used our partners in the FBI and a local sheriff's office in Ohio to go do what's called a trash run. And the trash run is when someone discards their trash, puts it in a barrel, and it goes out by the road for a company to pick up. Then we go through that trash. So they pulled his trash, and it happened to be during COVID time. So there was a great number of COVID masks, but there was also a toothbrush and a razor, I believe, in that case. So we were able to verify him through that trash run. And you talk about an exciting moment. I mean, we had worked and worked and worked, and there were so many people that were, I'm not going to say suspects, so many people that we had to eliminate in that case to finally get that one guy from a trash run in Ohio was just huge, huge, huge.
Well, I'm going to ask you about the trash run in a minute, because when you got a household of like 6 people, you got 6 people's trash out on the curb. And I should just tell our audience that it's perfectly legal to go through someone's trash once they put it out into public property. You can't do it on private property. That needs a warrant. But if they put it out, for pickup, they've sent it off into the public space. So that's really a great opportunity for law enforcement. But before I get to that, go back to that professor, because this is the work that I'm so curious about. I don't know how many agents and officers and police officers and rangers and all the rest you had assigned to your case. But it would seem to me that it would take a lot of people and a lot of man hours to just track that one guy until you finally got the coffee cup that turned into a dead end. I mean, that's the kind of work that I think a lot of people don't understand is going on when the authorities say this could take weeks, months, years.
So unfortunately, the Texas Department of Public Safety cold case team within the Texas Rangers, when I was there were only 6 of us for the entire state of Texas, not just for Houston, for the entire state of Texas. Fortunately, in the last year and a half, they've doubled that. So I think there's about 15 Rangers now that are in the cold case, but you're still talking about for the entire state of Texas. The majority of cold case work is done by a very small group of people. And, cold case work, though it's very rewarding, it's very difficult. And it's very difficult. One of the reasons is because there's only so few of us that do it. There's so few of us that have the partners in local agencies that they can spare the people to do it. If a case is going unsolved for 10, 15, 20 years, it's not that people don't care, but there's new cases dropping every day. So for an agency to be able to dedicate someone to go with us to work these cases, because it's really their case that we're working. And I say we're as the Texas Rangers. So for your listeners, the Texas Rangers are an investigative agency within the Texas State Police, but our primary role is assisting other agencies with their investigations. And that specifically on cold cases is the case. We don't investigate. I shouldn't say that. It's not that we don't investigate our own. The cases that the cold case team with the Texas Rangers work are normally cases that are from other agencies. 99% of them are other agency cases that we pick up with them. And it's usually 2 to 3 people at most that are working these cases.
So a couple of questions. The fact that it boggles my mind to think that you were only 6 people on your team and now it might be upwards of 12 to 15. But, for cold cases, I get it. But nowadays we've got these cases that are falling into our laps that aren't cold, but may require the IgG work or the familial DNA work. So in a case like Nancy Guthrie's in Tucson, would that also fall into the very overworked cold case team's lap if they have to go out searching now for investigative genealogy and do the gumshoe work maybe all over the country for whoever this perpetrator is?
I think the expertise that a cold case investigator would bring to the Guthrie case, for example, knowing how to collect these samples, what it's going to take to collect these samples from people, I certainly think that is going to be very beneficial to that case. Absolutely. Yeah.
What other techniques do you use when literally you have followed someone and you're walking however many paces behind? What other techniques, what other anecdotes do you have for things that you've been able to pick up that an unsuspecting person left behind that was, beneficial to you?
Well, a lot of it is the doorknob swabs, watching a person that goes into a door. I'll tell you that touch DNA is very difficult to work with. I've had a couple of cold cases where a purse was snatched from my murder victim. I know that purse was handled by the suspect in that case, got ran with for a couple of blocks and thrown down, and we didn't get any DNA off that. So touch DNA is very, very iffy at best. I'll tell you that another case that we worked, we got the suspect's wristwatch from the 1980s. And, those old school watches that had the stretchy bands that are on them, for lack of a better term. I don't know what you call that, but the kind of bands that pinch you and would pull hair and that sort of thing, we got no DNA from that.
So the touch DNA, as far as I know, that's what they have from the house. I'm assuming the DNA from the house is touch DNA, which is a problem because that's a difficult one to work with. That would make sense as to how it's mixed as well. Ashley Banfield used to work for News Nation. She still contributes to them, but now she's a private podcaster and she has her own YouTube channel. She's a good reporter. Brian Etten still works for News Nation. He's the person I trust most in this case. What else? No, there's one other person that works for News Nation, Jeremy Weber, I think his name is.
a cigarette
Jesse Weber.
lighter one time, old school Bic metal lighter where, you know, the person has to run their finger across that rough surface. Didn't get any DNA from that. So DNA doesn't, I mean, it sheds, and we understand that, and we understand that you can get lucky at times, but we've had success with glasses before, you know, getting DNA off glasses. We of course have had great
Wait, hold on.
success with
Glasses like you wear or glasses that you drink from?
yes, glasses like you wear because of the, you know, the rims being on the noses. People put their
Mhm.
glasses in their mouths,
Mhm.
that sort of thing. We've had success with that.
Mhm.
But the biggest majority of it is trash runs, getting lucky that there's not 7 people living in a house, and going through enough of that, having our labs and having Othram labs, the state police lab, as well as Othram lab, just process and figure out what's male and what's female in that stuff. It's
What do you mean had to disconnect the pacemaker? How did they know they had to disconnect the pacemaker? They didn't have to know anything. It just disconnects automatically. Like once Nancy's away from her phone in the transmitter, it disconnects. It disconnects from the phone. And I'd imagine probably that doesn't mean it stops working though. It just what monitors it stops. That's what it was. And that wouldn't require the people that took her to do anything. Yeah, so the touch DNA thing they're going over here, it's going to be tough, as they're finding out right now.
a lot more work and it's a lot more money, of course, but that is one of the things that, or that I should say, that's the best thing is the trash run.
Right. And I'm thinking about like Brian Koberger, the killer who murdered the 4 kids in Idaho, University of Idaho. That was a trash pull, but there were 3 people living in that home. And I think they may have done the trash pull before Brian Koberger got home. I'm not sure now, but if you have multiple people in the house, is it still effective?
It is. You're going to have to identify who those 3 people are, get DNA from each of those 3 people. And I guess what you've got to say is it's one of these 3 people. Who is the most likely person that it could be? Is it mama? Is it daddy? Or is it son? And eliminate them the same way we eliminate everybody else. Who was in town, who has an alibi, who's picked up on video, who's, you know, all those things that we look at, to be able to tell where and when a person was where they were, to be able to get down to which one of those 3 that it is.
One of those other aspects before you maybe get on a plane or start driving, to hit the road and track down these potential suspects, is the natural alibi, right? This so-and-so lives in Scotland and has lived there forever and hasn't been on a plane. I mean, you can probably get that information pretty quickly from Homeland Security as well, right? If they're even in the country.
Not really quickly, but currently we're a little better off than we were some years ago with federal cooperation. There was a time that a lot of information that you tried to get from federal authorities was very slow. But in cold case investigation, the relationships that you develop with your partners in the FBI and the ATF, Homeland Security, all those folks, absolutely is critical to that. So those took some time. Those took some trust building time, but those things were built, and you're absolutely right. Who was where and when.
So, Brendan, how often do you have to get on a plane? Because as you mentioned, this is a nationwide search. Even when you're dealing with a locale, you don't know if somebody was visiting and did this crime. How often do you and your guys would you have had to get on a plane to start looking at people 6 states away?
Well, budgetary issues are always a concern. You hate to say that in homicide investigations, but for us to convince our bosses that we needed to hop on a plane and fly to another state, we needed to know that we were getting pretty close to the target. Otherwise, for budgetary concerns and issues, again, what we relied upon was our partners in other states. And I'll tell you that one of the greatest aspects of being a Texas Ranger is that people from other states called us for things, and it didn't matter what it was. The rule in the Rangers was, if you got a call from someone in another state, unless you...
So OC girl wasn't letting me type this, but I agree. They should definitely be doing a grid search because why not? I mean, they should try.
were standing in the middle of blood in a crime scene, you dropped what you were doing and you went and took care of that. As a result of those relationships that we developed over the last 50 years, let's say, whenever we call someone, we got that kind of return favor done, because it was known that, hey, if you call the Rangers, they're going to drop what they're doing to get things done. So we in turn relied on that. Now, when we started getting really close, we would either take one of our own aircraft, we would take, local agency aircraft. Rarely did we fly commercially to go do these things, because we would normally need to take things with us, take tools with us, take evidence with it, not evidence, take tools with us, and take other things with us that we didn't want to get on a commercial plane with. So, and our hope was that when we captured the person, we were going to put them on the plane and fly them back home with us also. Which,
so it's
I'll
good
confess,
to hear that.
it's never happened.
Sorry, repeat that.
I said, which I'll confess, they never came home with me. They always wanted to stay and fight extradition.
Interesting. But it's great to hear that your partner agencies, you're all playing in the sandbox real well together.
Very much so. Very much so. And especially with, I hate to use the word popularity of cold cases, but people understand now, because they have been able to see in the media, they've been able to listen to these podcasts, watch things and see, hey, these things really work. And the popularity of that, just because that's the only word I have to use for it, in the chains of commands of these police agencies, they know it's a good deal. They know that when they cooperate, that it's a good deal for them, that their council members, their governors, their legislatures, all those things are going to be supportive of them and their budgetary needs, the money that they need to do these things, because they see the end result as a very positive end result. And of course, that goes for everything, not just in cold case. You build that relationship with those other state agencies or local agencies or the federal authorities, then it's a mutual respect. It's just what you said. You're playing in the sandbox well together.
So a lot of people wonder when they hear, hey, this could take a while, to find Nancy Guthrie's suspect, if the DNA sample that they're having, worked on right now in a Florida lab is viable. The reason that it could take a long time is because it's not just putting samples into a computer and seeing what pops up. It's because guys like you hit the streets.
That is correct. Yes. The odd chance that, hey, this is a convicted felon, I say the odd chance. We never had that kind of luck in cold cases. We never had the luck where we plugged something in and boom, we got the answer the next day. It's exactly as you described. It is that, if not.
We got a super chat from Eva here. Belated birthday fund, Mr. 28 years old. I'm so lucky that you got my age correct. 28. Thank you, Eva. You are the best.
Lone wolf. It's the person who hasn't been captured. In the Guthrie case, I'm going to make the assumption that they do have DNA at this point, or they've got DNA. They've ran it through the CODIS systems and the INDUS systems and all those, and they haven't got that hit that we talked about. So yeah, it can be extremely, extremely slow.
And when you say slow, how slow?
I never had a case, and granted, I've been retired for 2 years now. I still work in the industry and I still follow cases, and cases that I worked on, I still get calls about and updates on. But, 6 months back, 2.5 years ago, 6 months was pretty fast to be able to wrap one of these cases up, unless you just got really lucky. I would say today, and with all the support that the Guthrie case is getting, the monies that are available there, just the amount of cooperation and work. And I know that those sheriff's officials out there, I'm sure the state police are involved there. The FBI I know is involved. I'm sure they're working 24/7 on this.
Yep, they sure are. So let's cross our fingers it's not 6 months. Brendan Vest, this has been so fascinating. I know I've got you as the sun has come down completely. So thank you for pulling over and giving us your time. I really appreciate this.
Absolutely. It's great talking with y'all.
And I hope it's not our last conversation. In fact, I'm going to make a bet it isn't.
Sounds great. Look forward to it.
So there you have it. Day 31. it's just maddening if you think about this, right? Because each time I go back to the video of this, what I think is a buffoon on the video camera at the front door, I see a guy who wasn't really, skilled. It doesn't look like a cartel guy anyway, right? Who knows what his bad business is? It looks like a guy who's just a bit dopey, right? And all I keep thinking is, how could somebody this dopey, who didn't really plan to cover the camera, he didn't have a plan, he didn't have a weapon to smash it off, if that's what he eventually did, because that's what my source said he did, didn't have black tape to put over it. How did a guy like this, how was he able to fool us at least for 31 days? The weight of the U.S. government, the weight of the Arizona government, the weight of all eyeballs in America effectively watching this story and flooding them with tips. How is this one dope able to keep us at bay for 31 days? And maybe here's the better question. How much longer do you think he's going to be able to keep us at bay? Because here's what I think.
I would say this, Ashley, though. I mean, you might say he's a dope, but this dope has eluded everyone for 32 days so far. And perhaps, that's what Brian Koberger was thinking for a while there too, right? And it took how long for him? Was it 6 months? But whatever it was, they did catch him, right? So with this one, though, this guy, people can say he's a dope, but maybe not as much of a dope as people think. Maybe. But we'll see. We'll see.
I don't think he's going to be able to. I actually do think that bite light in his mouth that he had to put in his mouth and take out, even though he's wearing gloves. What do you think's on those gloves? His DNA, his saliva. And it's on something in Nancy Guthrie's house. It's on those door handles. It's somewhere on that Ring camera bracket that they eventually took and probably processed. It's on something in the house. I think they're going to find him. I think it could take time. The gumshoe work is probably at play as we speak. And I think they're going to get him. So watch the space. And if you know anything, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Somebody knows him. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Thank you for listening. And remember, the truth isn't just serious. It's drop dead serious. Stay private, stay secure, unlock global content. Get CyberGhost VPN now.
Yep. Yeah, so we got over 3,000 viewers. We need at least 1,000 likes here. Likes are for the spirit animal, Shadow the Night Owl, and Swift the Fox. Swift the Fox is from David the Gnome, by the way, for those who don't know. And now we're going to go to Jennifer. Now, when it comes to Jennifer, though, do you want to watch her talk about the Luke Daly interview or her video from today? So chat, let me know. Do you want me to go over Jennifer's thoughts on Luke Daly or her video from today? I think her thoughts on Luke Daly video are pretty interesting, by the way. Crab. Okay. Linda, I didn't know you were here. How are you?
True crimers, welcome to Break the Case. I'm your host. I'm Jen Coffindaffer. Apologies for being a few minutes late this morning. Had to get to, of course, I've got my pancakes and then having to get some things together for this show and found out a few things. Wanted to follow up on them before I presented. So been working hard to get this show together. And I truly, truly appreciate your patience waiting for a few minutes here. I know your time is valuable. So thanks for being here. Want to start off and talk just a little bit about, before we get into the main substance of the case, I want to talk about these individuals that came to the house yesterday. This is actually a photo from News Nation. And then I posted on my Twitter, actually, a small 10-second reel from John DePietro, who I think a lot of. He's a journalist, just a private journalist, and think a lot of him. He has been out there, started a little late, but he's out there nonstop now. So I've really enjoyed his coverage, very professional. But I wanted to talk about these people. Already speculating, what are they? Locksmith? No. This is what I think. And this makes a lot of sense to me. Whenever, and I talked about this a long time ago, probably 2 weeks ago, I said, where are the people to get the crime scene cleaned up? In other words, there are special biohazard cleaners that actually specialize in this type of cleanup. And it's a very difficult, obvious job. I've seen a lot of people that were in regular cleanup and they moved into this area of cleanup. So, as far as certifications or specialties, you are supposed to have some, but basically they go in and they clean up blood and any other sort of bodily fluids from different crime scenes. And I truly
Rammer says their spirit animal is the sloth. And I would say, so are the people that work at the DMV. Their spirit animal is the sloth as well.
believe these guys might have been there to evaluate how in the world we were going to clean this blood off the stairs. Are they going to remove bricks? Are they going to, do they have anything that can penetrate? Remember, bricks are extremely porous. And I know this because, and I'm sure many of you who have brickwork around your house, boy, if you get anything on those bricks, whether it be, as an example, something that hits our bricks a lot are sort of this residue from oak trees, from the oak things that fall, pine needles, any of that. It could take forever to get that pine resin, if you will, and the oak serum. I don't know what else to call it. It penetrates your brick. And
so Jeannie asked a good question. Who would let their 84-year-old mother Uber to your house? And I would say, yeah, that is kind of strange. The only thing I can think of is maybe someone was drinking, maybe. But outside of that, I don't know. I don't know why they would do that.
It can stand there a very long time. And then some you just can't get rid of. So I think they are looking at,
or the other option is Nancy's just hell-bent on being independent and they offered to get her and she was like, no, I'm going to take an Uber and be independent. There's a possibility. Some elderly people can be pretty stubborn when it comes to their independence. So
they going to do a whole reconstruct? Are they going to put down all new bricks, tear those up? I wouldn't be surprised to see that. That is very much what I think they'll do, is tear out those bricks and they'll lay down new brickwork. But what I found most interesting about them, if I'm correct on this, is that they entered the house and, worked other areas around the house, which makes me wonder what other bio fluids might exist in other parts of the house. So that was the first thing that came to me. This is very much in keeping with what I've seen and sort of the evaluation that needs to be done preliminarily before either construction or cleanup can be done. So anyway, that's my belief. And again, for me, the big notation from that is, wow, they were there for about an hour and they went into the house. And so all of that, I think, is pretty concerning in terms of what other biohazards might be in and around that home that we just haven't been able to lay eyes on. Want to talk a lot about here.
So for those of you who don't know, this is Jennifer Koffendorfer, a former FBI agent. Go check out her channel. What the name of her channel is? Break the Case with Jen Koffendorfer. Check her out, subscribe to her channel, support her work. I appreciate her. And while you're here, like my video as well, please. For Swift the Fox and Shadow the Night Owl, the spirit animals of the channel. Besides the black sheep, of course. Black sheep by default is one of the spirit animals here. And subscribe to the channel if you haven't already.
Well, really quick, one other thing. And I'm going to post one of Savannah's posts from her Instagram. And I wanted to read the note that the family left. This was really poignant. I actually put that scene within probably 10 minutes of News Nation grabbing it on one of those reels I do. It's just a quick kind of tries to draw the attention to it breaking, and then it'll break into the actual clip. I realize on this one I should have just done the clip, because the clip is so poignant of seeing Savannah there with Annie. A lot of people speculated.
So, Michael, here's what they did. So they opened up the crime scene, Nancy Guthrie's house, after a day and a half or so, right? And then Brian Itten's assistant walked up to the door, and that's where we saw the mat and the blood and the foliage on top of the blood. Then the FBI came, and the next day or so later, they closed the crime scene again. So there was crime scene up, like tape up for like a day. I had to go back and check the records to see how long, but what was it? A day or two it was up. Then they took it down. FBI comes, then they taped it back up again. So that was the timeline. In fact, it never should have been untaped until the FBI came. That's my thought.
Wrote throughout media, I couldn't believe it, mainstream and social media, that was Cameron there, which is the brother, but it wasn't. That was Tommaso that was there. And it was very heartfelt. There was a lot of crying, sobbing, holding, hugging. They brought flowers and a note. It was, I mean, can you imagine how cathartic I think this would all be? So cathartic to kind of be facing. You have to face it every day, but then as something like a memorial is seen in front of your mom's house that you grew up with, that has been in the family 50 years, it would be so cathartic and I think emotionally traumatizing to sort of somehow face these realizations. So I just wanted to read the note that was written. Though we are surrounded by so much darkness and uncertainty.
Well, Ashley Banfield just popped up a new video. Did SATG kidnap Nancy Guthrie? What does SATG stand for? But disturbing elite burglary crew theory. You can pop on to that in a minute.
Our love burns bright. We love you, Mommy. We miss you so much. We love you, Mommy. We miss you so much. So a lot of people have talked about the fact that actually Annie used the word mama. And we've also seen Savannah use the word mommy. Now, a lot of people say that's childlike and so on.
Well, so this is hot off the press, by the way.
Hey everyone, I'm Ashley Banfield. This is Drop Dead Serious. Thanks so much for being here. Quick subscribe, please. It's so helpful. I appreciate it. Oh yes, I have new hair today. It may be temporary. I would love to hear what you think. I know that sounds crazy, but whenever I have new hair, I get so many comments. And the last time I was wearing straight hair.
So is that real, Mace? So they said SATG stands for South American Theft Groups. Is that like a formal way to say a cartel or something? I don't know.
People really liked it. So, okay, this is just a temporary thing for now, but we'll see, according to what you say. So let me tell you, today is March the 4th, 2026. It is day 32 in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. And I wanted to tell you about something that I've been sort of sitting on for a while. It is this criminal network that's operating in the United States. And they are growing, and they are in every state, including yours. And these guys are real pains in the asses. Typically, they're very burglary, but it doesn't mean that they haven't been violent in the past. And when we look at the Nancy Guthrie story and we cannot figure out what the F happened, I had this long conversation with a retired FBI special agent who had a lot to say about this criminal organization. He also has led the evidence response team in one of the major cities in the United States. So he'll be on in a minute to tell you a little bit about this organization. And then you can compare notes and see if you think that this organization applies to all the things that we've learned about in the Nancy Guthrie case. And then once you hear from him and you learn about this criminal organization, I then have Tracy Walder, who is also retired FBI and also CIA. And by the way, we were both in Afghanistan right around the same time. And we just learned that. We just learned that together, you know, back in the day, we were kind of in the same spot at right around the same time. She's going to weigh in on whether she thinks the Guthrie investigation should be thinking more about this group or not. So that's all coming in just a minute. But today, there are a few things to tell you about. Not a lot, though. Not a lot. And here's why I think there's not a lot. For starters, that damn parking enforcement is still up. We talked to Brian Enton today. He said it's still up there, which makes it hell in a handbasket for anybody to do any coverage. Not to say that they're not. In fact, I do have reporting from outside of Nancy Guthrie's home. There was action there today. But of course, as you saw, this massive parking perimeter that goes for blocks and blocks and makes it very, very long, dusty walk through the desert to get to Nancy Guthrie's home. And then, of course, you're stuck there in the middle of the desert in the searing heat, which can go up to around 90, dusty, dry, hot. You don't have power. You don't have shelter. You don't have water. I mean, come on. Sheriff Nanos clearly was trying to, in my opinion, clear us the hell out of there so that we couldn't do the reporting that people have been doing on this story. And I think that, you know, very much the people of Tucson, Arizona have a right to know what the hell happened at that house. Because originally he told us there was nothing to be concerned about. No worries. Nothing to worry about. Right? That is bullshit. And that's why you have reporters to say that is bullshit. And we're here to find out what actually happened because there are other people who live here. You know? Anyway, I digress. Today, the sheriff made a couple of comments about the black gloves. This was sort of a ho-hum to me. The sheriff said those black gloves were traced through DNA. And at the time we were told didn't match the DNA inside the home and didn't, hit into CODIS. But now we're learning that they traced that DNA to a local restaurant employee and that individual is not part of the investigation. So just a little bit more detail.
This is what Brian Enton went over earlier. So that the glove that I wasn't expecting anything from anyway, traced back to a restaurant worker. Could you imagine that, though? The fright that restaurant worker probably had at first. Hi, we're the local law enforcement and we're contacting you in regards to the Nancy Guthrie case. You're like, oh, you're cleared. Oh, thank you.
About those black gloves that were found 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. I never held a lot of stock in those gloves. There were like 16 plus gloves on that particular day that the sheriff had reported they'd found in and amongst sort of the rough around Nancy's vicinity of her home. So the sheriff did add this line, kind of a repeat, but lab analysis on other DNA evidence remains ongoing. I think that means IGG, investigative genetic genealogy. I think that they're probably taking that partial sample that they were able to extract from the mixture that they had sent to the Florida lab, whatever mixture that they found of male DNA unknown to anyone in Nancy's immediate circle, familiar circle. And I'm thinking that, yeah, okay, you didn't get a CODIS strike on that partial because you can't. You have to give a full sample to CODIS. But investigative genealogy.
People are saying, yeah, but that guy at the restaurant won't litter again. Yeah, you're probably right. He will not. And other people were saying, wonder if he was interviewed for 5 hours first. We probably would have heard if he was. And I guess we're assuming he, but it could have been a she. But either way, I'm sure it was a very unpleasant experience.
Genealogy does a lot with a partial sample. It can get you lots of your relatives. And then if you check my episode yesterday, it was one of my favorites. Oh my God, it was such a great episode. I learned about the gumshoe detective work that happens once you get the science finished and you get the names of those who match all the family tree, all up to 80 to 100 or so people. And then it's the detectives who just got to hit the pavement and start weeding out all the potential people that connect to the suspect. So yesterday's episode, highly worth checking it out. But I think that's what the sheriff means when he says lab analysis on other DNA evidence remains ongoing. I think they're doing the IgG stuff. And again, I keep going back to this. Sorry if you think I'm a broken record. I apologize, but I do appreciate that you're a repeat customer. Thank you for watching multiple times if you think I'm repeating myself. And I don't think it's crazy to think this. The bite light that the guy had in his mouth, right? You saw.
So someone just asked a good question. Why was this DNA on file? And what we don't know is what it was on file from. I don't think it was a CODIS match. I think it was a match from something else. But what would it be from? Is it because they had a record from just local law enforcement, not the FBI? Was it 23andMe? Like, even though it probably wasn't one of the top 3 ones because they don't cooperate with law enforcement, but was it another one? So yeah, I'd be curious how they got that person's identity. What did they cross-examine it with? Very good question by the chat.
Saw him using it. You saw him flashing on the ground as he was trying to find some MacGyver-styled item to, jack with the doorbell cam. You got to put that thing in your mouth. You got to take it out. And usually you use your fingers for that. Yeah. So what's in your mouth? Saliva. What happens when you take something out of your mouth with gloves? Saliva gets on your gloves. What happens with those little fingers of yours afterwards? You touch things like door handles, right? Or sliding doors. Or windows, or, I don't know, maybe that Nest cam and the bracket behind it when you're banging the hell out of it or stealing it in any way that you did. My source said it was smashed. And Michael Ruiz from Fox said that there were glass fragments found below that doorbell cam in the front entrance. So I think that there was DNA inside that house of this guy, thanks to the stupid bite light. But I just think that behind the scenes, it's going to take time. It can take weeks and months to track that genealogical track. But again, yesterday's episode's a good one. Something else that was seen outside of Nancy Guthrie's home today, there was a sign, and here it is. It's like pretty clear. Please do not leave, media, as the Nancy Guthrie abduction will go cold. I do not know who put that there. I don't know if it was another member of the media, but that was sitting there. And so we took a picture from Fox News, and there you have it.
Do you think a member of the media put that there? Or do you think a concerned citizen put that there? Or did Popcorn Planet put that there?
Also, from Michael Ruiz with Fox, there was a white van that pulled up to Nancy's home again today, and it was another flower delivery. Find that odd. But then apparently another woman came and dropped off more flowers. So it's not a good idea to send flowers, as well-meaning as it may be. There's still a lot going on at that home, and I'm sure that the florists probably feel very uncomfortable. In any case, that's what happened. So not a lot of activity outside the home. But I want to tell you about something that's been kind of gnawing at me. I had this conversation with a guy named Tom McAfee. He's a retired FBI special agent in Atlanta, and he ran the evidence response team, the ERT. And we saw the evidence response team with the FBI at Nancy Guthrie's home, right? We knew that they were there. We knew that they had come to Tucson. So Tom McAfee has a lot of knowledge about all things evidentiary that the FBI deals with, especially the response team. And he told me about SAT-G. You may think that sounds familiar, and it should. SAT-G stands for South American Theft Group.
Aha! We said that earlier. It almost sounds like a fake name, but South American Theft Group.
South American Theft Group, SAT-G. And best way for me to explain it is that it's kind of like a bunch of different groups of foreign nationals from South America, usually from South American descent, and often they enter the U.S. legally or illegally, and then often stay a little too long, overstay the visas, and then commit crimes like commercial and residential burglaries. This is kind of their lifeblood, SAT-G. These gangs of sometimes tourists, right? These are kind of crime tourists. They will come here, they will gather as groups, and they will knock off a bunch of homes. And I've got some specifics about how they typically operate. And when I say typically, you got to work with me here, guys. It's typical. It's not always. There are outliers. There are people who do things a little differently, but might still be within this sort of SATG realm. And typically, they rent vehicles, they use fake IDs, and they use fraudulent documents as they operate. Many of them use multiple burner phones so that they can communicate, but make it really hard for law enforcement to track them and identify them and certainly find their locations. And they also are big into encrypted messaging. Now, there's lots of you may use encrypted messaging. Nothing wrong with that because, of course, we all feel a little big brothery, but these guys rely on these applications so that they can communicate with each other and no trail, okay? The targets that they usually, fixate on are expensive homes. Now, listen to this part. As I think about Nancy Guthrie's home, this is the description that I get. They often target expensive homes near golf courses, parks, or walking trails because there's better, access and egress points, better known as escape routes. You think about Nancy Guthrie's home, it's not on a golf course, but there are trails back there and there are what looks like parkland, easy to get in and out, easy, dark. Not a lot of people would see you, easy to surveil as well. They use a lot of internet research to do their dirty work, and they surveil. They use commercially available cameras, they use tracking technology, and they study their potential targets before committing a burglary. And I think about Nancy Guthrie's case because we learned from our sources, not from the sheriff, no thanks to the sheriff, that those two different photographs of the perpetrator, some were video, one was a still shot of the perpetrator on the doorbell cam, one wearing the backpack, one no backpack, that those actually came from different times, different dates. So it lends to the whole casing the joint, surveilling the joint. So that sort of fits into the SATG, modus operandi. They typically break in via back windows, glass doors, often targeting second floor entry points. Nancy Guthrie's home doesn't have a second floor, but it sure as hell has sliding glass doors and back windows. In fact, I think, gosh, Lindsay, who was it who told us, a guest told us there were 6 different entry points, I think, into Nancy Guthrie's home. Chris McDonough. So lots of entry points and several of them glass doors and the glass windows as well. So they also primarily target jewelry and designer.
So, by the way, I don't think it was a South American theft group. By the way, I don't think it was a burglary. I think it was targeted. I think it was a punishment. I think it was revenge. It just doesn't make much sense for it to be even a burglary gone wrong, especially since those Nest Cam footage is from multiple days. I just can't see why they would think it would be a good idea to come when they knew she was home. Like, if anything, get in and out while she's freaking at Annie and Tommaso's house that day. Get in and out then. The houses are far enough apart where you probably wouldn't get caught. So if you're in it for a burglary, do that. Do it when she's not home. Why would you do it when you know she's home? Just doesn't add up to me. I think they came and they got what they came for. They came for Nancy. And I guess this is a grim question, but I mean, do you think the ultimate goal was to kill Nancy? Is that the ultimate goal? Or is the ultimate goal something else? So press 1, I guess, if you think the ultimate goal was to murder her. Press 2 if you think it was something else.
Accessories. And frequently they leave behind other things that are even more expensive, right? So like, wow, there's this amazing flat screen TV, untouched, right? Maybe some beautiful silver, untouched. They're going after specific things because these things are easy to sell. They're easy to fence, right? Get someone else to liquidate it for you. So you got the money, not the goods. So they typically go after jewelry and designer accessories. Now, Nancy Guthrie's 84 years old. I don't think she may be the type to be all into the designer accessories. I mean, it's not a Kardashian sort of situation, right? But somebody who's older may have acquired a lot of jewelry in her life, right? Maybe there's something somebody saw on her at some point. and thought that would be easy. Again, she's an elderly woman. I might even be able to get it off her finger. Don't know, but I'm getting to that in just a moment, because that's high risk when you're starting to go into occupied dwellings, okay? And Sat G, depending on who you talk to, not typically interested in going into occupied dwellings. And I know where you're thinking, and I'm going to go with you there in a moment, but let me continue. Quick note from my sponsor. It is that time of year again.
So it looks like most people think killing her was not the main goal. They think it was something else. Some people said SA, and as crude as that sounds, it's not impossible. We went over that person. What was his name? Danny Troyer. Mike King and I talked about him in our interview, but that's what he exclusively focused on: elderly and SA of the elderly, which, you know, no one wants to think about that, but it is possible.
So again, they've come up from the South American countries, and they've sort of headed to both coasts, but it doesn't mean that they're targeting both coasts. They target every state. There's operations in every state. They just focus on the headquartering and maybe the dispatch from the West and East coasts. And they use fences, people who will sell the stolen goods that they get in their B&Es and then liquidate it to cash instead of hauling around all these, expensive goods, because you're crossing borders. Not smart. So in some cases, a portion of the stolen property is actually sent to Chile or Colombia, meaning they actually...
So, I mean, the reason why Ashley's going over this is because I think they're just examining possible theories. I don't even think Ashley Banfield thinks this is what it is. I think it's just a possible theory is all. And I'm all for hearing all the possible theories because, hey, maybe there'll be a theory people haven't thought of that makes sense. I don't necessarily think this one's it, but she's going over it and we'll see. Maybe she'll change our minds.
Do send the goods. That's crazy, but okay. They take the risk and they send them probably via UPS, FedEx, mail, however they decide to send it. But most of the profits from the fencing are actually wired overseas. And they keep some of the money back in the US as well, because like any business, there are expenses, right? If you think about these guys, these are criminal tourists, right? Who've overstayed their visas and they're having to live kind of under the radar a little bit. So they've got rental car expenses, hotel expenses, food expenses, burglary tool expenses. They got to buy their backpacks. They got to buy their hammers and their screwdrivers and anything else they're going to use. Maybe their Wi-Fi jammers. I'm getting to that in a moment as well. But many of them commit the crimes so that they can fund their own lives back in their home countries or the lives of their families, right? So it used to be, you came to America to do a good day's honest work and then you'd send a check back home. Oh, okay, well, the honest work went out the window with these guys. They came to America just to fleece us. And they're sending the money home, or they're sending the money so that it'll be there when they get home. And of course, if you think about it, a lot of these people are arriving from the United States. And so their home countries actually do a lot of searching. Like there's a lot of heavy searching for, people who arrive back from the United States. I'm from Canada. And every time I came back from the United States, I was always nervous because they want to know if you bought a bunch of US goods and you're bringing it into the country, into Canada, and you're not paying duties, tariffs, you're not paying, the taxes and so a lot of countries will search people coming from the US. And so because of that, these folks say, hey, not worth it to bring the goods back, not worth it to bring the jewelry back. We'll get caught at our own home border. So we fence it, we get the cash, and then we can either send the cash through wire or maybe, I don't know, pack it in your luggage. That's also dumb. But they typically send the liquid cash profits home and they don't try to smuggle the goods necessarily over the border. Again, not always, but typically. This is from FBI.gov. I want to read directly. One thing that sets these groups apart from other criminal groups is their brazenness in targeting victims. Rather than trying to fly under the radar, these thieves have deliberately broken into the residence of at least one professional athlete. I'm getting to that in a moment. It's important to note that crimes committed by South American theft groups victimize all types of people, not just professional athletes or wealthy business owners. They also pickpocket shoppers and steal from retail stores. And my guess is they'll hit up any home if they think they can do it successfully. Now, to the successful athlete, I know what you're thinking. I remember Cincinnati Bengals Joe Burrow. He got hit when he was at an away game. You are right. It happened in December of 2024. Joe Burrow was playing in Texas. I don't remember who he was playing, but and these guys bust into his home. There were 3 of them who were charged, burgled his home, right? 2 of them were charged with allegedly moving stolen property against state lines, interstate, right? Interstate commerce. And then one of them was charged with alleged falsification of records in a federal investigation. These guys took allegedly $300,000 worth of stuff. And when I say stuff, kind of fit the MO. Expensive luggage, jewelry, accessories, all from this.
Now, I would believe maybe it was a burglary gone wrong if there was tons of things missing, but there wasn't. So, I mean, that's a big reason why I don't think so. But the fact that they also took her also makes me think no.
Football players home. And they believe that these SAT-G members used fake IDs to do this, rented a vehicle, drove across the state lines to commit the burglary, and then drove back across state lines to Florida, carrying all the stolen items back with them to Florida. And so, this is the fun part, however they got their leads, they executed a search warrant. And this was delicious. The investigators discovered that one of the morons who did this decided to take a selfie, right? Where he was posing with his pals, showing all of the stolen property.
What is Ashley Banfield doing her Megyn Kelly impersonation tonight?
From Joe Burrow's home. Thank you. Bye-bye. Clink. You know, easy way to catch a guy who's stupid enough to take these pictures. Look at me with all my booty. You may have heard of something even more recent, because during the Nancy Guthrie investigation from February 1st, the first day that she was reported missing, through the entire month of February, this has been like a top news story. And on the 24th of February, there was a big report. And
that is a true story, what happened to Joe Burrow there. Now, that gang was fairly silly to do that and take those selfies. That was dumb. Doesn't seem like these guys did. The ones that took Nancy, they didn't do anything of the sort.
I've got information from ABC 13 in Houston that 60 plus burglaries were reported in the Houston area. 20 people were arrested. And wouldn't you know, South American burglary ring, they recovered $4 million of stolen property. But yeah, you probably heard about it. 60 properties all in one fell swoop. Like, talk about a cluster. And this is how ABC 13 reported it.
7 break-ins in West University Place and more than 60 across the Houston area. Investigators say this man, Patricio Munoz, was one of the major players behind the Chilean burglary ring responsible. January 28th, he and his wife, Tanya Barra, were arrested by HPD's West Side Crime Suppression Team. Together, investigators say Munoz and Barra were funding and directing many of the break-ins. Munoz allegedly selling these jamming devices to a separate Colombian burglary ring. They're used to disrupt home security systems.
They have multiple antennas and radios built into them.
Nigel Nielsen owns the IT firm Ideal Tech. He's familiar with the jamming devices, illegal to own under federal law.
It's sending out a really strong signal to overwhelm the signal of your security cameras, your alarm systems, your cell phones.
What about police radios? Could it interfere with that?
I would suspect so.
Westview police say they found a jamming device on this Chilean burglary suspect during a break-in last year. Altogether, Houston police say they've arrested 20 members of the burglary ring and recovered $4 million worth of stolen property. It's the same crime ring linked to break-ins at the homes of professional athletes in Ohio, Wisconsin, and Kansas. Munoz was previously charged and sentenced in Los Angeles for the 2022 break-in of then Congresswoman Karen Bass's home.
So it looks like some of those are fairly sophisticated with their equipment. What tricked me up was if you're going to be taking selfies like that, why shoot yourself in the foot? You're going to pull off such a complicated thing, and then you're going to take pictures of yourself at the crime or with the loot. That's silly.
Munoz and his wife were booked into the Harris County Jail last month on charges of tampering with government records. Munoz allegedly caught with a fake Mexican passport and fraudulent car title. His wife, investigators say, had used a fake Argentinian ID to rent an apartment. Days later, Munoz was charged in connection with the October 4th break-in of a home in this gated Royal Oaks neighborhood. Investigators say he broke in through a window after jumping a fence, then pried open a safe and stole 4 watches, each worth thousands of dollars. When police searched his apartment, they say they found watches, jewelry, and other pricey items. In his child's bedroom, pry bars, and a jamming device, potentially damning evidence in a series of crimes.
This is pretty interesting, though. I don't think it's related to Nancy's case, but it is interesting they're doing it. But while you're here, please remember to like the video. Likes are for my spirit animals, Shadow the Night Owl, and Swift the Fox from David the Gnome, of course. And say hello to the flock of black sheep in the live chat, and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Also, super chats are a great way to support the channel and get questions answered. Super stickers are a great way to support the channel. So is becoming a member.
Spanning across the Houston area and perhaps the country. Luke Jones, ABC 13, Eyewitness News.
Jamming devices. Did you hear that? Jamming devices. Jamming devices.
That's Bob Marley's tool of choice, the jammer.
Because in one of the episodes, I think it's 2 or 3 episodes ago.
And I hope you like jammers too.
We were questioning what was in the pocket of the suspect who's seen on the doorbell cam. To me, it looked like the edge of an iPhone. But when I talked to Maureen O'Connell, right, retired FBI special agent, she knows her stuff. She said, oh, no, that looks like a radio of some kind, like maybe a walkie-talkie or maybe a jamming device, right? Maybe a jamming device. Because, and Maureen explained this best, if you're going to commit a burglary, you're not going to go with your iPhone hanging half out. And typically your front pocket will fit your iPhone, but it may not fit something bigger like a radio, like a walkie-talkie, or maybe a jamming device, because it does kind of look like it might be one of those antennae. Super interesting, though, if I do say so. So I wanted to talk to somebody who knows a lot more about SAT-G than I do. And Tom McAfee spent decades with the FBI. Okay. Not only as a special agent, he's retired now, but he also was the head of the evidence response team in Atlanta, where he's from. And I had loads of questions about SAT-G, but here's the catch. Tom did not want to discuss the Nancy Guthrie investigation because he feels like it's still, being investigated. So he was happy to discuss SAT-G. Just don't freak out if you don't see me jumping right in and demanding that he answer something about the Nancy Guthrie investigation. But fear not, because I've also had a very long conversation with Tracy Walder. And Tracy is a former CIA officer and FBI special agent, years and years and years in law enforcement. And she absolutely can see both the benefits and the pitfalls to the idea that the crime against Nancy Guthrie may have been committed by the SAT-G criminal enterprise. So here first is my conversation with Tom McAfee. Tom, talk to me a little bit about SAT-G and what their MO really is.
Sure. This SAT-G, or South American Theft Group, is a loosely organized crime group that originates out of places like Colombia, Chile, Peru, Ecuador, Venezuela. These are typically non-U.S. citizens that come here on either through a visa waiver program or tourist visa. They overstay, sometimes just illegal immigrants. And basically what they do is they get into various jobs, typically manual labor, but they end up doing surveillance on residences that are in typically very nice developments, and they target primarily Indian, Asian families, where they'll do extensive surveillance of a residence. And then when they go to break in, they typically go in when no one's home. They use.
So Lika or Leica, I don't know how to pronounce your name properly, but what would the motive be for an SATG to do this with Nancy? I don't think they would have one. The only way it would be that way is if it was they bungled it and it went completely sideways. But I don't think that's what happened. I don't think that's what's happened. I think this is a theory that is more probably relevant to other kinds of cases, other maybe athletes or celebrities. This is maybe something for them to pay attention to. But in terms of this case, I don't think so. But we'll learn something about it, though. We'll learn about how these SATGs operate.
Technical devices to defeat security systems.
Jammers?
And they target those places specifically because those families are known to carry and maintain large amounts of cash, jewelry, precious metals in their home.
But you were mentioning they thwart security systems like with jammers?
Yes, these jammers, again, very sophisticated techniques where they do surveillance and counter surveillance within neighborhoods. Typically looking at some of these houses that are maybe abutting a golf course. So they'll use some of the public fairways or thoroughfares behind the golf course to go set up surveillance on the backside of the house.
And I know you can't address the Nancy Guthrie issue at all, but I've been curious about something I've seen in his pocket, which to me looks like an iPhone sticking out or maybe a walkie-talkie. And I keep wondering if it's maybe one of these jammers, but I've never seen them. But you said something very interesting. You said that they often take jobs like as manual labor, maybe landscapers. I'm just wondering if that could have been something that applies to the current case that I'm looking at, because that's an easy way to surveil somebody working on the property.
Yeah, I have no indication or information about that. But again, typically they might work in a neighborhood capacity, yard, landscape, things like that.
But jobs that someone who isn't legal could actually do, because obviously they're here on expired tourist visas or some other kind of visa that they've overstayed.
It's under the table type stuff.
Yeah. Well, that makes a little bit more sense, though. But I also noticed in our earlier discussions that you mentioned many of them are really highly trained, like paramilitary or even maybe.
LS got jokes to be like, is that a jammer in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Former police.
Yeah, that doesn't go across the board, but there are instances of many having paramilitary or law enforcement backgrounds that come up here and conduct the activities.
Yeah. And again, I know you can't comment on that, but when I think of that, I think that doesn't look like the guy who I saw on the doorbell cam at Nancy Guthrie's house, because he looked like a bungling fool. He certainly didn't look like he knew what he was doing or had a plan in place. He looked like he was searching around for a plan as he was going. But and like you said, it's not across the board. So there can be discrepancies in these types. You mentioned that they typically, target Indian and Chinese because of the high number of cash and jewelry that typically these folks might have. But, do they also just typically target high-end homes and they may not know what's inside?
Yes, it's affluent neighborhoods. Here in Georgia, there have been a number of SATG break-ins and arrests, upwards of $600,000 worth of material being stolen from one particular residence. It's very common.
Well, there was this big Houston cluster too. 60 burglaries in Houston, Texas a couple weeks ago?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. And then the brazenness. And I think about the brazenness again. I think of everything right now as with the prism of Nancy Guthrie's case, but the brazenness of SATG is that they'll go into homes like of Joe Burrows of the Cincinnati Bengals. I mean, the risk factor is huge, and it didn't seem to matter. Talk about the risk factor when it comes to SATG folks.
Well, again, typically the targeted residents are not known to have firearms, not known to do a lot beyond just technical surveillance or technical, burglar alarms, things like that. Some of the NFL players, I know that's been very extensive, and I know the NFL is doing a good job teaching their players about these sorts of thefts when they travel, because they're gone for a long time, and it kind of makes a unique opportunity for them. So it does go to hiring a house sitter or something like that to watch some of their stuff. But that was very recent. The 3 out of Cincinnati broke into that house.
honestly, just I would have always assumed that some high-rolling NFLers got some kind of person back at the home when he travels. They got a lot of money, and they could have house managers or staff of some kind. So I was really surprised that they would take that much of a risk. But what about the surveillance? Like, what kind of surveillance do SATG, network folks typically employ?
It's typically physical surveillance. So that means someone's there looking. In the neighborhoods near where I live, there are walking paths, and so they'll park in one area and walk through the neighborhood, basically through a circuitous route, to be able to go through the neighborhood and get into the forests that are behind these houses, and they'll set up back there and just watch for a while.
What's the ideal strike time, or is it all over the map?
I think it all depends on the victim. We've had some, that happen, in the mid afternoons, and then a lot were in the evening, and some in the morning. It just depends.
And when you say morning, do you mean like overnight, the early morning hours? Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
And the local sheriff's office here, Forsyth County, has done a fantastic job responding to these break-ins. The classic neighborhood watch. Somebody sees something and they're calling it in, and Forsyth County Sheriff's Office is on it immediately. And typically they bring K9 tracks.
Eva, now that's classic Eva. Eva says Bob Marley's jamming song, he would have been too stoned to use the jammer tool. Too stoned to use the jammer tool.
Aerial assets, things like that. Just very, overwhelming to find that person.
But the typical MO of someone with SATG, they don't expect someone's going to be home, correct? Like they're not home invaders. They're home burglars mostly, correct?
Correct. Yeah, that's back in the day, a long time ago, there used to be more of the home invasion type. That's kind of changed because the penalties for armed home invasions are a lot different than just a B&E break and entry type situation. So they've kind of evolved their tactics in that regard.
But other than just straight surveillance, do they employ tactics outside the house, say late at night, to make noise, to see if a light goes on? That's the typical, Hollywood way that you find out someone's home in the middle of the night. But what kind of tactics would they use to make sure before they go in that no one's home?
I haven't seen anything like that where they're, making noise to see if there's a dog or anything like that. Again, they're not quick, right? They are slow and they are patient. So going and watching is what they do, and they build up travel patterns and work patterns and things like that. So I haven't seen anything like that where they, push, or try to, we call tickle the wire kind of thing to get something going.
Tickle the wire. Is that what you mean by,
it's an old FBI term for other stuff, but that's what, defaults to that.
Try to prod and see if maybe there's some reaction inside. I would imagine you'd want to know something before you're going to go into someone's home who could have a weapon.
Right? If they did that and he got caught, now you're out of you're maybe out of status, things like that, and then they'll have other problems.
So, are there other ways that you mentioned the jammers that they might bring to thwart a home security system, but do they do other things that are just physical and hands-on, like grabbing cameras off their mounts, taking the cameras with them, or smashing, spotlights?
We haven't really seen that much activity where they're destroying the cameras. There's a lot of commercially available jammers that are out there. There's been on Joe Rogan's show and Sean Ryan shows, things like that, where they talk about these different jammers that are out there.
And that's one of the few things I have hope for left in the case, besides the DNA, which I'm kind of losing hope for, mostly because it's, I think, touch DNA and it's a mixed sample. That's not good. Even for genetic genealogy testing, I don't think that's looking good. But the other Nest cams, not just the one on the front porch, but the other ones, there's other Nest cams. And they're working on getting that footage. But if they can get that footage, now that would be very telling. But we also don't know where those cams are. Are they in the house, pointed towards the backyard? Are they in the garage? But wherever they are, to me, that's one of the last big hopes for the case, is getting that footage. Now, Sheriff Nanos said Google can't do it. How that can be the case where they can't do that, but they did the one on the front porch, I don't know. But I'd still be very curious for that.
And so I really can't talk to their techniques with respect to some of those cameras. Most of the stuff that we've seen has just been they go in when no one's there. Now, there have been some Ring cameras that actually led to a police response, but a lot of them don't have that.
And are they typically masked? And, I only ask that because if your jammer doesn't work and you're on camera, because most people have doorbell cams now, have they figured out a way to get around that with these, big ski masks?
A lot of folks will have masks. And again, that goes part to like when you get apprehended, you'll have these tools, burglary tools, which would be a mask, hammer, things like that to break windows or whatever.
So to that end, do they usually have a kit in a backpack or something with them?
They'll bring tools with them. Absolutely.
So talk to me about that. What kind of kits do you know of?
That's the classic beanie tools, screwdrivers, hammers, things like that, wire cutters.
So those are the tools for B&E. Is it possible some of those were in a backpack? Maybe. I don't think it was in that backpack, but it's possible to be in a backpack.
All sorts of stuff. I mean, they're not. When I say they're sophisticated, there's a lot of really sophisticated jewelry thieves out there. That break in after hours to places and do techniques like that. Some of these guys are like that. A lot of them are not. They're just, again, they're opportunists. They can break a window, they can break a door, and get in.
Do they typically carry backpacks?
Many of the ones I've worked with and worked on, I should say, have bags and tools. Yes.
How often does a member of SATG or its ilk actually injure someone in the home, or worse, kill them, or after that remove the person or the body?
I can't really speak to that. I mean, there was one several years ago, an armed home invasion. My best recollection, but nothing recently.
Now that's true, Matt, but it would also depend on what the booty is, right? So you can have some things in a backpack, but there's still room for jewelry. It all depends on what the ultimate goal was. What are you looking for? I mean, a TV is probably going to be a bit too bulky, but you're looking for jewelry, right? What else are you looking for? A safe for jewelry, right? Maybe some art, if you knew they had expensive art, perhaps. But outside of that, what else would you even be stealing?
Again, they've evolved their tactics to try and minimize the crime that they're facing.
So they typically do not want to injure or harm or kill or steal a body. That's not what they do. But are there examples of that? What's that?
They try to avoid contact.
But do you know if in their background there are examples of them doing these things?
Nothing initially to me, stands out. Sorry.
No, that's okay. You mentioned to me last weekend that there is evidence of that. There is evidence of them killing and taking bodies before, but is that?
Not taking the body, but there was one where it was a violent break-in, an armed home invasion. That was years ago. That was like a crew out of Detroit, I believe.
Are the SATG members typically armed?
Some are. Again, what do you consider armed? Someone coming at me with a hammer, I consider armed. So, those are, whether they're carrying firearms, I can't say to all the groups. Again, there's no, one particular set, right? Some of these groups have more violent members than others, and they might have different tactics and techniques that they use.
And what's the proliferation like of SATG across the country?
It's fairly extensive. He's everywhere from East Coast to West Coast. Kind of travels up into the Northwest. It's pervasive, and they travel.
No
right?
states are immune.
Just because they live in one place doesn't mean they don't go to another state to do it. And that's where the federal nexus comes in. Right.
Do they leave a kind of calling card behind? Is it obvious when you see these SATG operations?
No, that's more of a investigative steps that we end up doing. the investigation portion, which I really don't want to get into, how we find out who they are. But that's how we end up finding them, through some of our techniques that we have.
Right. Do you think?
But again, that's where we get the federal nexus, is when they're traveling between state lines or taking stolen property over state lines. It's interstate transportation of stolen property. Right.
Do you think that SATG is satisfied with its fairly nonviolent, get in, get out, just get the jewels and go MO? Or do you think they may be stepping up their game at some point in certain places with certain factions?
These guys can make a significant amount of money. And if they hit, I don't know, you can speculate on different motives for these folks to do stuff, but they can do very well. And again, what they steal, they typically have to go through a pond or a fence to get rid of it.
Given how much we now know about SATG, are we making good inroads to thwart or bring to a halt their operations?
I don't think you can bring it to a halt. I think the FBI has done a fantastic job tracking this down. Again, working with local authorities like Forsyth County Sheriff's Office, Atlanta PD, places like that. We've stopped numerous crews like this. It's just a classic break-in strategy, so it's going to be difficult. But the Bureau has resources and expertise in this area.
Tom McAfee, it's great of you to talk to me. Thank you so much. I've learned so much about this organization, and it's jarring to say the least, but I appreciate everything you've done and what you've said for us.
Happy to help.
My great thanks to Tom McAfee. Guy knows what he's talking about. He's obviously got a lot of experience with SATG, but now I wanted to see how it applied to the evidence thus far that we know of in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. And for that, I turned to Tracy Walder, again, former CIA officer and FBI special agent. And she knows a thing or two about why this may or may not be SATG. Have a look. Hey, quick note from my sponsor. I used to work with a guy who shall remain unnamed, who was completely white-haired from like the age of about 19. I think you might be able to guess. But here's the thing. Most of us assume that gray hair...
Look at him trolling Anderson Cooper.
...is genetic. But only about 30% actually is. The rest of it comes down to what you're eating, your nutrition, your stress, how you care for your hair and your scalp. And that, my friends, is where Array comes in. It's clinically proven to slow gray. Fascinated by the whole notion of how... So Tracy, I'm fascinated by the whole notion of how SATG operates, but I'm trying to wrap my head around how it might apply to the Nancy Guthrie case. Do you think that they've thought...
And so to reiterate, I don't think the SATG applies at all to the Nancy Guthrie case. But let's see what Tracy says here. I think she's also either FBI or former FBI.
Through a lot of the possibilities of SATG?
I mean, honestly, actually, I would hope so, right? Because they have to essentially game out every situation, right? Cartels, single one-offs, stalkers, all of it, they have to game out. So I would hope that this has come across their minds. I mean, SATG does exist in Arizona. They have done things in Arizona. So it wouldn't, I don't want to say it wouldn't be a surprise, because it would be, but I don't think it's that off base, right? For them to at least examine this particular lead.
Well, what I think the biggest barrier to me thinking it might be a SATG operation is that it doesn't appear that anything was stolen except a person. And SATG is not in the business of taking people for ransom that I know of.
You're 100% right. So this group, they've done robberies in California, Pennsylvania, Arizona, really all over. And, it's crime tourism, if you will. And so this group typically only operates between 4 p.m. and 10 p.m. Like, they have a window that they operate, which is so interesting. And they're in small kind of fluid teams, and they're not, a robbery is violent, right? But they're not violent in the sense that they are wounding people and taking people. Their whole goal is for unoccupied homes. That is why they spend so much time and effort on surveillance, very intricate surveillance.
Yeah, so that's the best case for it not being SATG, is their whole goal is to find unoccupied homes. Nobody wants a person home to get in the way, to call the police or 911 or something, right? Why would you want that? You wouldn't. You'd only want that is if your goal was to take Nancy. right? That's why it wasn't a SAT-G group, in my opinion.
And so it just doesn't jive here with what happened, because this is essentially violent, right? You're taking someone is violent.
So Tom McAfee mentioned that they will also often operate in the middle of the night, which sounds a lot like the Nancy.
Well, honestly, Matt, I kind of think they're running out of things to talk about. So they're digging deep. They're digging deep for the topics and guests here, kind of grasping at straws. But while you're here, please remember to like the video. We might be able to get the 1.5 to 2,000 likes today, which would be great. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and come say hello to the flock of black sheep in the live chat. And it goes without saying, the spirit animal here is a black sheep too.
Guthrie case.
Yeah, listen, just because I said 4 to 10, that's just what probabilities,
Typical.
right? Like, so you're just looking at the whole of what they have done. It's not to say that there haven't been ones, but if they're operating in the middle of the night, it is because someone isn't home then. That is really what their MO is. It's not that they haven't ever done that before. And there have been times where people have been home, and you know what? They actually tend to leave because they want to be able to go back. Right. And they are taking advantage of that visa waiver program. And so they want to go back and sell those goods that they have on the black market. That is the whole point of why they're doing what they're doing.
And they don't like the elevated risk of going into an occupied home.
Correct. It brings, you're 100% right. It brings in so much risk, right? You have a risk now of potentially being violent. You are now, if you're caught, adding additional charges to that, right? If you're violent.
Yeah, but you know what I keep thinking about, Tracy, and I think a lot of people miss this. In an early New York Times article, a reporter interviewed a friend of Nancy Guthrie's who said that she's recently started using these high-powered hearing aids. And that makes me wonder if anybody who's testing the waters outside to see if anybody is inside would think no one's inside, because at night you take those hearing aids out and she might not hear any rustling outside or say breaking of spotlights or cameras or anything like that.
I agree with you. I think actually my only pushback to that would be because this group, from what I know about them and all the different cases that I've looked at about them, is the amount of surveillance that they do in advance. And so they would, in my opinion, have understood her pattern of life, right? And they would have had a reasonable expectation to know she would have been home and would have been asleep if they had been conducting that very thorough survey. I mean, they'll pose as dog walkers, delivery drivers, Uber driver, all of those things. And so if it is this group, I don't feel they would have made that mistake because of the careful surveillance that they do.
Is it possible, and again, because I think the FBI and perhaps the sheriff as well is gaming out as many scenarios as possible, is it possible that in one of the earlier, alleged surveillance runs, they may have taken out lights, or they may have done things late at night that made them think her pattern is that no one's there at night because there's no response. There's no light that comes on when there's a loud noise outside.
You're right. Motion detectors, right? All of those kinds of things. So I think that's an entirely possible situation because they have to get.
And that's the other thing. No signs of forced entry. Now, Sheriff Nanos didn't want to confirm that one way or the other, but where would the forced entry be? We saw the video of the front door. Where was the forced entry? I didn't see it. Is it in the garage somewhere? I didn't see it. So how did they get in? We still haven't answered that question, right? But that's an important question. How did they get in?
Game all of these out. That is good police work, right? That's good investigatory skills. And so they have to game all of this out. So they absolutely could have done something like that. And I agree with you. I don't think she knew someone had broken into her home. And I do think, even though she wasn't recording, right, they weren't recording to the cloud, she was probably getting alerts, right, on her phone when, wildlife was on her camera. And I think she would have slept through those, right, because her phone would have been on silent. And so I am 100%.
Well, even if it weren't. right? Even if it weren't,
You're
she
right.
wears these
Based on the
hearing
hearing.
aids that are very powerful. And so, listen, my mom has these not so
Mhm.
powerful hearing aids, and at night, she can't hear very well at all. I don't think she'd hear me rustling around.
100%. I completely agree with you. And they absolutely could have altered the scene. And because everything was so still, right, and quiet and dark, this is a very dark area. They 100%, I think it's not outside the realm of possibility. I'm just giving a typical situation that I would have thought based on this activity of this group that they would have done thorough surveillance. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, and listen, we're getting a lot of mixed messages about the two images, one with the backpack, one
Yes.
without the backpack, being on different days.
So an interesting thing we haven't seen much of in this case is why hasn't someone gone to the house and just like filmed around the house? As far as I can tell, no one's done that. The closest I've seen to that is Brian Eden's assistant walking to the front door. But wouldn't it be interesting to like kind of do a walk around? All right, well, this is what's going on here. You saw those like images from a helicopter, maybe, like in the backyard, but like a ground camera walking around the house. I haven't seen it, but that would be pretty interesting.
And if you ask the sheriff, apparently we're all crazy. But if you ask every reporter's sources, who a lot of them are extraordinary, absolutely, they're from different days. So it appears that there may have been some surveillance.
100%.
And yet, with surveillance, it sure doesn't look like the guy approaching the camera had been there before or knew what to do. Sort of seems surprised by the camera and was looking for a MacGyver way of handling it.
Well, it was private property, but Brian Eden's assistant was still able to take that footage up to the front door. And if you can do that, what's stopping you from doing a little bit of a walk around at that point? I guess I guess it's technically like any house, you can technically walk up to the front door. I mean, there's a door-to-door salespeople do, but it'd probably be faux pas to like walk into their backyard.
You're right. And so then that brings into question, I completely agree with you. Listen, actually, I feel that this is two different people. And I totally get that we're getting mixed messages.
You do.
I do.
You think it's two different people.
I do, because I think it looks similar and they're wearing similar clothes. But I've always said before, what's going to be critical in this case, in my opinion, is how they got her out, right? Because she's not mobile, right? There's a lot that goes into it. So you're not walking blocks, miles away, right, with a person. Someone is there in a vehicle somewhere around, obviously not like right up to the house, but somewhere around. And so part of me wonders if it's not the same person, because to your point, I do not understand the whole weed situation or whatever that plant was, right, that they were putting up on the—
I have my theory. I don't think they're trying to cover the camera at all.
Well,
I think if you look at his fists, I think he's trying to loop that vine and yank the camera off from its bracket. That's what, and look at it next time and see if that's what you see when you see how his fists are. Yeah.
And you know what? I never looked at that, but I'm going to go back now and rewatch it. But I think I don't, based on how inexperienced both of them seem, because if you're conducting surveillance, if this is a different person on that day, which I really think is that January day where they told everyone to get the footage.
So again, a lot of it would be, I don't know what kind of fencing they've had. Some people were mentioning a gate before, but I don't remember seeing a gate. So technically, right, there's a could you be arrested for walking into someone's backyard? Yeah, probably. You can probably be, but again, I know as a political poller / door-to-door salesperson, I have walked around to talk to people in their backyard. I have walked around or even to see if they're there, but I wouldn't like walk into a fence, for example. So some of it can be gray. Some of it depends. In this case, would someone walk around knowing the circumstance because Nancy's not there? No one's home. Would they probably bust your chops for it? It depends. I think it depends on the layout. So maybe Brian said to his assistant, yeah, walk up to the front step, see what you can get away with. And you might be able to get away with like a couple steps to the left and a couple steps to the right. you might not be able to get away with like completely walking around the house.
He would have never come in the camera view. If you're that sophisticated, why are you coming that close, right, to the ring doorbell, excuse me? And I just think this group wouldn't have done, they're not perfect, but wouldn't have made a mistake like that. So, because now you have two images of this person.
But here's my pushback on this being two people. They're the Bobbsey twins, the way they're dressed.
Yes.
And it would be very significant to see these mass purchases of matching items, because it's pretty hard to get all that on the black market, secondary market, eBay, Etsy, or wherever else they shop. They have exactly the same outfits on, almost head to toe, except for those shoes, which I think are different.
I think they just shared an outfit. I think their build might be similar. And listen, it could be just one person. I truly don't know. I am 100% guessing at this point, right? Yeah. Just based on what I'm seeing. But I would think that someone, if it was the same person, we always in the FBI talk about the fatal funnel, right? Like, you don't want to be in the dangerous parts of a situation. And so to stand right in front of that door for that long, messing with the security camera, doing what you're doing. We don't know how long they were there total, but it was a long time in the clip that we saw. That's a weird thing to do. And that's a very vulnerable thing to do. And if
the pool guy could take some very interesting footage. Now, granted, they probably get him in trouble if he posted it, but he could very technically have some good footage.
This person had seen the house before. I don't know why they would do that. You would get in, get out, go home, right? That's how that would work.
I'm still not 100% convinced they were in for 40 some odd minutes, just what everybody says from the initial, images on the camera. Well, we don't know if those are the initial, but my thought is that they've been mucking about trying to find as many cameras outside and obviously spotlights to smash, and may have been inside for a much shorter period of time. But just let's go back to the Sat G hallmarks. They often enter, and again, this is generally not always, but they often enter through back windows or glass doors, usually looking for jewelry or designer accessories. Now, an 84-year-old woman's not going to have a lot of designer accessories necessarily, but she did have $1 million home.
Yes.
And if you think of it, very easy target, even if you are going to up the risk and go in the middle of the night. Pretty easy target that an 84-year-old woman, A, might not hear you, or B, would be paralyzed with fear and certainly wouldn't fight back.
You're right. It's a very easy target, and it's also a very similar target. They tend to target higher end homes, right? So multi-million-dollar homes. This is not a neighborhood they wouldn't target. I know that sounds terrible, but it's within their MOs. Like we said, they're generalizations of who they are. But yes, they typically enter through rear doors, windows, those kinds of things. So this person came in, we think came in the front door based on that camera and what we see on the crime scene. And so that is, in my opinion, a little bit different. But yes, you're right to that point. If they're targeting a home where you have a couple our ages, right, in it, they are more likely to be a threat to you, right, if you enter their home, just because we're a bit more able-bodied. They may have viewed an 84-year-old woman as just a non-threat and a non-issue. But, and I think it was you who mentioned this, if you're going to rob a home, if that's your sole purpose, you're not going to take someone with you. That really sort of bogs you down. And so that's where that differs, I guess, a little bit.
So I asked about that, and because I agree, if you're going to rob a home and you're going to take the person, you're going to take something for your effort as well as the person. And that the Satchi organization isn't known for maiming, hurting, killing, or even being armed a lot of times, but that it has happened, that it is certainly not outside of the reality for Satchi to injure or maim or even take someone with them.
It's not. I don't want to share too much because it's someone I know personally whose parent was the victim of this, also lived in a very high-end neighborhood in a state that they target quite a bit. And she did have a weapon pulled on her. The mom actually was home. They did enter through a back window, though. And what's interesting is the mom wasn't supposed to be home, though. She wasn't supposed to be home on that day at that time. But it is something they've done. I know that firsthand. So once they saw her, they actually left with nothing. So it's not to say that they've never done that. They absolutely have. I know that just personally. But they didn't attempt to harm her. They seem to be more concerned. We might get caught. We're going to go ahead and leave. And that's what they did.
Well, the other thing is I wonder if, of course, we think about all the different scenarios. And one of the reasons that somebody might do something completely out of the ordinary, and that is take the victim with you, alive or dead, is that they may have, engaged and shot the victim. And now the forensics are in the victim. Therefore, you are leaving your calling card behind in the way of a bullet and must take the victim. Is that something you think that is plausible or far-fetched? I mean, again, she's 84. You don't need to shoot, but it's dark and you don't know maybe who it is.
Nothing is outside of the realm of possibility, right? We don't want to just dismiss things. I think that they have probably already gamed out that situation. And I do think that at this point, they would have said that there was enough forensic evidence at the scene to determine that it's not compatible with life, right, of the victim. But maybe they're holding on.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but now that you mention it, I think they actually might have mentioned that there wasn't a discharge of a weapon.
So look, this is like one of the only images we'll get from Nancy's house, right? So look at this. Pool in the back. It's much more complex than you would think, right? Just from the Nest Cam footage. So look, I guess that's the gate there. Is that a gate or just steps? It's hard to say. But that little archway there, I'm imagining that's where the front door is. Right there where my mouse is. There's the garage. It's a complex setup there, right? Like there just hasn't been many pictures of this besides from this angle. Very luxurious place. It's almost like a freaking resort.
And in the home.
Yes.
So that's out. That whole idea is out.
I think that's out because they would have, I think that was mentioned, but I couldn't remember, so I didn't want to bring it out. But I think that they would have been testing for GSR, right? They would have been testing for all of those things, and that would have come back, especially if it was a close shot or something like that. It would have been on the bed, wherever something like that would have happened.
So the only other forensics that the suspect could leave behind would be if he bled on her, or if, the bite light somehow came out of his mouth and she was there and maybe it hit her or some other reason. It's an awfully long way to go to protect yourself from a little bit of your DNA being on the victim. You could just take whatever it is she's wearing and force her into the shower rather than taking a woman that age that is going to be a burden and probably might not survive it.
Yes. I mean, essentially viewing that person, right, as evidence that you need to conceal, that's rare. And what tends to happen is that person, trying to say this in a sensitive way, is disposed of close to the crime scene, because the more you have to take that person away, the more steps you're leaving, the more potential for evidence, right? All of those things become a huge problem. And I think because she didn't really put up much of a fight, I really don't think that she did. This is different than like in the Idaho case, right? Where forensic evidence was found because those girls and male put up a fight, right? They're young and they put up a fight. And I think that's part of the reason we are not seeing a lot of fruitful forensic evidence coming out of that home. And I also think too, in the case of, this gang, I just don't think they would go that far to destroy the evidence like that.
Also, when a Sat-G strike happens, is it usually in a cluster? I'm thinking about this one that was just, a week or so ago, like on the 24th, and it was in Houston, 60 plus burglaries. So it's either hers was the first home and it went terribly awry and they abandoned the rest of the plan, or they just chose one home in a really difficult place to get to, which seems implausible.
So you're absolutely right. They do tend to occur in clusters of time. So sometimes we'll go months, even years, right, without an attack, right, or a target by them, and then we'll see just dozens of clusters, dozens of homes being hit. I don't know, there was a cluster, I'm sure you remember this, of a lot of athletes' homes, right, being
Joe Burrow's,
right, but lots of different. They were all, even one down the street from me in Texas, the same thing. They were all hit in these clusters, and that tends to be how they work because of their tourist visa, right? That is why they are in these clusters, and so to have just this one-off. Right. And then we haven't heard of anything, at least I have not heard of anything from Pima County in terms of these robberies and clusters. Maybe you have, I have not. I don't see any clustering at all in this case. It's just a singular kind of one-off.
Last question. And, if this is SAT-G, and I see a lot of reasons why it may not be, these people typically leave, again, they're here, they're overstayed, and eventually they want to get home with whatever bounty they were able to effectuate in the US, whether they fenced it and wired it or not. How much more difficult would that make it to find this person now that we're likely on an IGG, and investigative genetic genealogy track, if they're not here?
It would be difficult, but, and I've said this before in terms of this investigation, I do think that because of the proximity to Mexico, there's no question that they've utilized Interpol in terms of submitting all of that. And so I do think if they're able to get at least a partial, they could probably try to marry it up with Interpol. It's going to make it a lot more difficult, 100%. But I do believe that they have submitted some of that to Interpol. There's no question, just simply because of the proximity.
So what's your gut that when it comes to SAT-G, hard stop, not a chance, or hey, anything's possible?
Listen, I never want to say hard stop, right? I don't think that's ever fair in a case like this. I just feel based on what I know and what I followed of them, this doesn't seem to pattern who they are. But, again, anything is possible. My gut tells me that this isn't them based on the patterns of their behavior.
Tracy Walder, I love talking to you. I wish I had your brain. Thank you for doing this.
Well, likewise, Ashley, thank you for having me.
And so that's where things stand. Here we are, day 32, March the 4th, coming towards the end of week 5. And I will say it again. I think this crime is going to be solved. I do. I really do. I think there's so much going on behind the scenes that we don't know about, like in Koberger. You remember we thought, oh, these bungling idiots in Moscow and the PD, they don't know what they're doing. It's just some car and that's all they've got. No, they had a lot more. And it just took time. The IGG, the familial connections that they were able to get from that speck of DNA that was on the knife sheath that idiot Brian Koberger left behind at the crime scene. It just took time to find his giant web of family, 4th, 3rd, 2nd cousins, grandfather, grandmother, aunts, uncles, siblings, parents, you name it. They got that wide group of people, and it just took time to figure out who in that giant group might be the perp, right? And they did it. But it takes the gumshoe work. Again, yesterday's episode, it takes the gumshoe work of going through that with detectives who hit the pavement and literally go asking and collecting and seeking, and then, cutting the weed away from the chaff. And that's how they eventually get to their guy. That is what might be going on as we speak at this moment. And God, I hope so. Because again, whoever that glove-fisted prick is who did this, he spat on his damn fingers. He did with that bite light. He did. And those fingers touched something, a lot of things at Nancy Guthrie's home. And God, I hope they did a better CSI than they did in those first 24 hours, because that DNA is in that home. And if they've got it, it's just a matter of finding all his relatives and eventually finding him. And to that end, if you know anything.
And I kind of think, I don't know if that's exactly accurate, what Ashley just said. There's some, but is it easy to find? I don't know about that. I mean, how much saliva is there really? Are we talking about here? Some. But again, would it not just be on the door? Would it not just be on the most obvious things? If so, it just doesn't seem like they found it.
If you know somebody who behaved in a weird way, just wasn't themselves. February 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, whenever. Behaved weird when that video came out. Like all of a sudden, they missed work, no good explanation, behavior change. If you know people like that who fit maybe this description, 1-800-CALL-FBI. If you know anything, 1-800-CALL-FBI. There is $1 million waiting for you to help solve the Nancy Guthrie case. And maybe you can be the one that really puts this to an end. Find justice for the Guthrie family. Find justice for Nancy Guthrie. And hopefully let's find Nancy. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening. Thank you so much for watching. And remember, the truth isn't just serious.
It is drop dead serious, as she'll say. But that is it. That is it for Ashley Banfield. And again, it's starting to seem like we're coming to the bottom of possible areas to cover here. It's just going to be a waiting game. Pretty soon, it's just going to be a waiting game for the DNA and a waiting game for the Nest Cam footage, if they can get it, and a waiting game for the possible footage that they get from traffic cameras, or to see if anyone comes forward for the $1 million reward. And that's what Jennifer Coffendorfer said. She said that that's what she thinks happened to Luke Daly and his mother. Someone said, this guy's shady. I wouldn't be surprised if he was in on it. But it doesn't mean they actually had anything substantial on him. It just could have been someone speculating, as people tend to do, and said, you know what, that guy's a hooligan. He's up to no good. He's a whippersnapper. So is his mother. It was probably him. And so there you go. They take him all for 6-7 hours. And again, I'm not saying he's a great dude or anything, but I just didn't get the sense that he'd be in on it. Yes. Amen, Rooster. While you're still here, please remember to hit the like button. Hit the like for the flock of black sheep and my spirit animals, Shadow the Night Owl and Swift the Fox. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. A lot of people in my chat are very hard on Jen Coffendorfer. I don't know why. I mean, the worst I could say about Jen Coffendorfer is she can kind of ramble sometimes. But as far as her FBI, like law enforcement acumen, I think she's good. I'm going to invite her on the channel. So if I invite her on the channel, make sure you're nice to her, by the way. Because one of these times, I'm going to invite people for the live. I don't know how well that'll go. I'm not sure if it will ruin the dynamic or not. Or if I should just continue recording the interviews with them and uploading them like I do with Dr. Salerno or Dr. Z. But I get more views on live, so I'm like, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But I mean, maybe like Jen, would Jen want to watch a video with me? Or would it be better if I just spoke to Jen about the case? We'll see. So Grant doesn't like her because of the Karen Reed case. Okay. Like I said, everyone's entitled to their opinion. I know Bella likes her. From what I've seen of her so far, I don't have anything bad to say about her. I think she's okay. But I also like Brian, and I like Maureen. I do like Ashley Banfield. I think those are all people to support. I like Law and Crime Network. Ashley Banfield has a little bit of Tony Bruschi in her where they do a little bit of an editorial, but that's fine. This is also, people will get mad hearing it, but YouTube, it's not just education or true crime. It's not just that. There's also an element of entertainment, whether people believe it, would want to admit it or not. That's part of it, right? That's just, it is what it is. So when people get a little more editorial, like Tony Bruschi or Ashley Banfield, that's just adds to it. Well, Jolly, it's about time he comes on the show again for our every other month interview. So it's been about that time. And I'm going to find more people to come on. Law enforcement, Dr. Z. Dr. Z will join me. Dr. Z would be the first one to join me on these lives because we have a good chemistry together. I think that would go well. And I know she can hold her own. She's great. like she's a very confident woman, it'll go well. Animal is funny. Count you in for what, D? Which one? The gym. The gym and reading are my main hobbies, I would say. The leaky balloon. That is a good suggestion, Bella. I like that. Okay, so Lerno, yeah. He'll be people like his thoughts on narcissism, etc. Addis, I remember you saying that. The old Chris Stewart and Jesse Weber. Your old co-workers, right? I like them. I saw them going over that former Louisiana mayor that got an SA charge for getting with the 16-year-old boy. Pretty fit? Good. The gym. The gym is a good hobby. But all right, everybody. Make sure you've liked the video, subscribe to the channel. Going past 4 hours here. I appreciate all the support, all the comments, super chats, super stickers, memberships, all of it. So with that, that's really all I got. And I'll be back again tomorrow night. We'll see what happens between now and then. Maybe that'll be an amazing development. We'll see. Have a great night, Teresa. Great night, Bella. That's another big thing I've been hearing about. You're right about that, Bella. The Corey trial. Yeah, so have a good night, Justin. Good night, Jolly. You have good night, Tony. I also think Justin needs to be more honest about his motive for even being here. How about that? Have a good night, Peach. All right, everybody. Jeannie, glad you found us too.